Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. It's 7 p.m. Good morning, foe, today. Hi, everyone. Hi. Congratulations to us for getting first, and thank you very much for the 30 stream streak. It's a big one. That's a nice big number you got there. Yippee, yippee. Hi, Cuckoo. Oh my goodness, what a treat. Hi, Where? Hi, Aphex. Aphex, is it really late for you? Oh my goodness, my model's kind of sussy. I'm gonna be honest, this game always lags out my model, and I thought maybe since I have new RAM, it would be fine, but it's fine. we're on 3 FPS for today. Hi, Carrot. Morning? Yeah, it's good morning somewhere. This is a song that plays when you're too shy to jump on the button that chooses in the game. So you hide behind the barrel while Nikki and Momo do it. Wow. That's so real and awesome. I'm glad that really resonated with you. I don't think I ever would have remembered that, but I'm glad you did. I can't really movie nighting, so I can't hear you, but have a wonderful stream. I hope your movie's going so good. What's up, Fussy? Nothing much. I had booked club today. I had book club today. It was so poggers. And I also made soup today. It's kind of a loaded day if you ask me. But book club was so good. Um I low-key didn't finish the book in time. I got so close. So it was Crime and Punishment, right? And it's broken up into 6 parts, and I just barely got to the 6th part. So I only was like 5 out of 6 of the way complete. But it's okay because I just read the Spark Notes thing for the for the last part, and it was fine, and I got the gist of it, and we had good discussion. Um, we low-key lost the plot, and then we started playing a board game, but that's fine. That's what book club's all about. I love book club. It is 2:30 a.m. Yup, and I even got job tomorrow. I'm ballin'. That's crazy. Good luck, soldier. Why why are you awake? I have Miss Moneybags over here. She can afford RAM. Yeah, what can I say? I'm just so rich and famous. No, just kidding. It was a Christmas gift. It was a very generous Christmas gift. So, slay. Slay, 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 slay. Hello, Ryan. Did the guy get punishment for his crime that he did? Um, Honestly, that's a good question. Uh, yes. Yes, I won't spoil what the crime was or what the punishment was, but he was punished. I don't know if he really learned his lesson or really even felt guilty for what he did, but justice was carried out in a way. It's a pretty good book. I would maybe recommend it. I think I don't know. I think it's a good book. It just takes a little bit to get into because it's, an older one. Always lovingly tease you for it. Well, shucks. I do love. I like being lovingly teased, so I'll take it. Yippee, 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 yippee. Hold on. I was trying to set up Infinity Nikki before my stream, but I could not figure out how to share my screen. I was like, it's okay. Chat can watch me fumble around. So we're gonna do that flow today. I put a Terraria bunny on my tail. Because this game's about dressing up, so I figured I had to look my best. And I think out of the little props that I have, the bunny is probably the best that I got. Okay, hold on. I know this game was special. this it? No. Okay. Just listen to Miku. It'll be fine. Actually, I don't know if this is Miku. It is someone. Maybe it's a window capture. Nikki. Have you guys played Infinity Nikki before? Oh, that's not Infinity Nikki, actually. Don't look at that. Ah, thank you so much for the 10 streak. That's so kind of you. Wow. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Maybe this is like a dox view situation. Is that chill? Oh, it's quite large, huh? Oh, shoot. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Everything is fine. Your regularly scheduled program will be here soon. Okay, looking professional in a way, if you squint. We got some overlap. Surely it's fine. Okay, now can you hear it? I don't think you can. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Be so patient. You're doing so good. Pause that. Spotify review, do you like it? And then game audio. A thinker, to be sure. Sorry, we're so scuffed for today. You can just have desktop audio. Is this good? I think it's probably fine, maybe. Maybe, perhaps. Oh wait, Nikki is on here already. Here we go. We're so back! Okay. Okay, yippee. It's been a long time since I played this one. Look at look at all these notifications. Hold on, let me get this a little lower. So it looks nice and pretty and even. Yippee! Yippee yippee! Oh, a survey. We'll do that later. I think last time I did a survey on stream, it took like 20 minutes. Man, it's freshly updated and everything. Oh. Share the color lookbook? This outfit suits you perfectly. Go check it out. I don't know what that means. But this is quite cute. Is this... I think these are my friends, because here's Hero Hom. Wow. I don't think Hero's played since we last played together. Is my model lagging? Or was it just for a second? Maybe it's just when I clicked on that. Taking another survey? Do you like surveys? I think quizzes are fun to take on stream, but I don't know about surveys. It's like, yeah, you all get to know how I feel about the current between a event. And a young girl. Also, if you see my activate Windows thing, no, you don't. Towards the distant horizon. just maybe don't look at that. With the wind and sand, crossing endless deserts, climbing snowy peaks. I wish the Cadence Born wasn't treading treacherous paths, ugly, and exploring dark caverns. Don't tell him I said that. Finally, they overcome all. And I got gamer subs and my ice isn't melted. Summit, they grasped the most Today's been a pretty good day, I would say.
The journey becomes poems, guiding countless stylists on their path.
I found
to
out there's an
greatness.
Odyssey movie coming out later this year. Pretty huge. Pretty huge. I hope it's exactly like Epic the Musical. I hope Christopher Nolan puts all the songs in it. Okay. Hold on, I just gotta clear the notifications and then we can actually play the game. Not melted yet, yo! Don't frame my water's downfall like that. What is this? Crown Merit Arena? Oh, is this the... I don't know what the difference between these are, but I guess this is just like the regular monthly show off your outfit things. Oop, that was a negative. I hope it never melts. Thank you. That's much more like it. Oh my god, login gifts. I really hope that the Gamba, the current like Gamba banner is cute. Oh my goodness, there's so much going on. I can guarantee it's gonna be the complete opposite of Epic the Musical. No, surely Christopher Nolan will like pull up. He's gonna really... he's gonna really pull through for me personally. I don't know if there's any like information about it out. Like any trailers or anything. But my friend from book club was just sharing. She's like, oh, I'm so excited for the Odyssey to come out. We were talking about movies. I was like, yo, that's so awesome. Aw, pretty. I like this makeup quite a lot. I've just seen the trailer, but it was very vague. Ooh. Who's playing Odysseus? Is someone awesome? I hope it's Timothy Chalamet. I know this isn't Christmas at all, but something about this feels Christmassy to me. Maybe it's the chanting. Tickets to see it are already sold out in some places since like months ago. That's crazy. Oh, it's a gardening dress. I don't think we have to watch 2 minutes of this. Wait, how do I... Yippee! Your friend from book club was Sharon? Don't tell her what you think of that name. No, her name is not Sharon. She's an Indian lady. Her name is not Sharon. Yo! That's nice. I feel like this is a rerun. I feel like I've seen this one before. Don't have anything from it though. Odysseus is Matt Damon. The cast is really stacked in general. Shoot, I know I've heard of Matt Damon, but I could not tell you who that is. Why do you have this outfit? I think this one's new. I don't know how I feel about it. I'm kind of stingy with my wishes in this game. I like to save up for a banger, and I don't know if this one's quite it. The socks are quite cute. Her feet are see-through. Kind of awesome. Never underestimate the power of Nolan fanboys. Is that who's selling out the tickets? That's so crazy. Oh, these wings are quite nice too. What if we pulled just for the wings? Maybe, perhaps. Maybe, perhaps. A lot of nonsense, huh?
The wind is picking up. New adventures, new stories. Mama, be careful. There's so much to look forward to.
My goodness. Yippee! Meowts of food? Clinking blings? Heart melting Momo, cuteness and drama maxed out. The ultimate combo is available for a limited time. The ultimate combo is just he's wearing a potato sack with a broken cup on his ear. I don't know. I don't know who's paying real life dollars for that. Maybe it's that homeless strip I've been hearing about. Australia Estate Pack? Ooh, I don't think I've been to like the little house since the last time I streamed this game. I think I was on around Christmas time because they had an anniversary event. But not much other than that. Look at my outfit though. She's kind of a baddie. I would wear this in real life. Maybe not the sunglasses. I do like them, but I don't really like having sunglasses on top of my head. That's just my preference. But the rest of the outfit, she kind of bad. They're like, no, bro, you gotta see an IMAX, bro. It's gonna blow your mind, bro. These are the type of people who freak out if you ask them the name of your... Like, no way. That can't be real. I mean, I guess the little freaks have to have some sort of hobby, but... That's such an interesting description. Hello there, soul. What kind of gacha game is that? You gamble for outfits. Do you like the outfit? Pretty cool, huh? Is this your first time seeing Infinity, Nikki? Look, I got a cat raincoat outfit. Ooh. I didn't know you would call this outfit casual, I guess. Ooh. Jammies? Wow. Look at the fabric detail. I'm playing on medium because otherwise my RAM will maybe explode. But even on medium, I think the fabric looks so nice. She's like got a little princess thing going on. Ooh. This is my interpretation of my friend Kaya. He's kind of eating this up. And then this one. And then this nice little cat girl outfit. Pretty cool, huh? This outfit plays so hard, it's kind of insane. It's giving Bratz. It is giving Bratz. I wish there were more Bratz-esque outfits. I like this one a lot too. Trebuchet? Yeah, I guess we kind of were on a trebuchet. Hop on. Where's the beans? Beans? Beans with a Z? So I'm not really sure what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't have any other like Bratz outfits. They're all like pretty, I don't know, either like cutesy or like ball gown-ish, you know? I wish there was some more eccentric stuff going on, but that's okay. They're all pretty cute. Pretty short, more like wind breeze is enough to make you flash the world. Listen, if your outfit is not at risk for like putting you in jail, is it really a good outfit? Genuine question. This one's cute as well. I just like it so much. Although I will say, this is not a sitting outfit. Like, you're kind of cooked if you gotta take a seat somewhere. Like, it's just over for you. But it's so good. I love outfits like that. It's not Nolan's fault. He's actually incredibly good at making movies. He's just a man. Oh, I guess this one's kind of Bratz-ish. I like this one a lot, too. Again, I'm just not a fan of having glasses on the top of my head. It's not my preference, but it looks nice. I just feel like they fall off a lot. Red fancy one was really nice. Red? This one? I think this is the only red one I have. Unless you mean this one. Pretty cool. But how does Nolan represent women? Like, does his movies pass the Bechdel test or no? I guess this one's a bit eccentric too. I don't love the look of boots with like no socks. Like, I'm sure she's wearing socks under there. I'm just imagining the leather touching her, like, what do you call this? Is this calf? Or is calf up here? I don't know. I just know that would like rub and maybe hurt and maybe get sweaty. Not my preference. This is perfect though, no notes. Anyway, pretty cool, huh? They do not pass the Bechdel test. Ain't no way in hell. Oh. Not very cool of Mr. Nolan, huh? Sigh. Room for improvement, perhaps. Le Seraphim coated?
Yep.
What? Boots? Boots with no socks? Or something else? That's so sad for Le Seraphim if they're wearing boots, no socks. You know. Oh, man. Your outfit? The bunny one? This one? I guess I haven't seen that many Le Seraphim outfits. I know I've seen their music videos, but I can't really remember what they were wearing. Ugh, such a good style, though. I quite like short, revealing outfits. Perhaps my favorite. Most of the women in his movies are plot devices. The only exception is Murphy from Interstellar, but even she's very defined by her relationship with her father. Aww. Is that the same guy who like licks women's feet, or is that somebody else? Sorry, I don't really know my directors. This might be a woke movie take, but this is the reason his movies lack emotion. Sorry, I don't make the rules. You know, I think that's kind of a good point. Not that I've seen, not that I've really seen any, but I don't know. I feel like if you're not making all of your characters meaningful, or at the very least, if you're not making meaningful, like, ladies.
A rainy day is perfect for picking rainy orchids.
Like, if you're not able to do that, you probably just aren't writing the most in-depth characters, so they're probably lacking a bit. No, that is Tarantino. I hope that he's known for this. Sorry, I don't know what else to know him for. I don't have a Letterboxd account. Try out our dress up candy. I love candy. Style and flavor all in one. Come to the gourmet candy store and try our combo bonbons. Okay. Can be used to change into a random styling? That's kind of awesome. I'll take one. He's got a bit of an unfortunate face. Don't tell him I said that. How do I eat it? Oh, here we go. Consumable. What is this? Oh, okay. Never mind. I'm doing things. That's really cute. Does it tell you what it is? Combo bonbon status? What's the point of changing into a random outfit if you can't even know what it is? I really quite like this flower crown. The little wheat in it. She looks like she's ready for like a fall festival. Hi, Darren! Oh my goodness, Darren's here. Everybody say hi, Darren. Letterbox. I love Letterbox. I have definitely not been neglecting my reviews for 6 months and letting my account gather dust. Surely not. Oh, it's so cooked. How many movies do you watch in 6 months? Because like for me, I don't know. That's probably like 10 movies max. So it wouldn't be that hard to catch up. But I assume you probably watch like a lot of movies every week. Oh my goodness, good job following instructions, everyone. Yippee! Yeah, I'm getting distracted. Yippee! I think we're close to the main quest, being able to go back to that. I don't know why there's notifications for all this if I already did it. But I'll take it. Let me go check. I actually read them down in my notes app. Do you like write an actual review on your Letterbox account? Or do you just like give it stars? For when I update, surely I will. Surely. I believe in you. Okay, I just need the Sovereign of Sexy. Before she became a PC, she was the boldest garment ever created by a once legendary star who had retired to Stoneville. One day, her sudden surge of whim unexpectedly awakened the Stoneheart, giving rise to the first Sky Pass? What does that have to do with sexy? Apex watches 30 movies per week or something? God, I wish. That's insane numbers. That's like 4 movies per day, right? And if each movie is like 3 hours, you'd have to be watching like 2 at the same time or something. How often do you guys watch movies? I think I watch 1 movie like every other week, probably. Maybe even less than that. I don't know, I like movies, I don't think I take the time to sit down and watch them too much. What's the last movie I watched? Maybe it was Frankenstein, and that was a while ago. But I have been watching Stranger Things, and some of those episodes feel like movies. Yo! Thanks! Hi, Tommy! Sometimes I do like a funny little one-liner joke, but if I really have to have shit to say, I'll write a whole scroll, get poetic, and that is a threat. Wait, that's so awesome. Wait, I have a dragon. I don't know where I got that from. Who's a Sovereign of Sexy? Me. Just kidding. Unfortunately, I don't think it's like a sexy person. I think it is like a little thing. Like, look, the Sovereign of Cool, wow, she looks like a baddie. The Sovereign of Elegant, wow, a doll baddie. And then Sovereign of Fresh is like, okay, you're a little fairy, that's interesting. And I think this one is the most unfortunate. I think it's a little goober, you know? What made you stream so late today? Ooh, it's because I had book club earlier in the day. And I didn't know what time book club would end. So I made it be after dinner. Work on it. Thank you so much for the work. I appreciate you. Urijuha? Like at night, I mean? Well, my book club was at 2 p.m. And we got distracted and played a board game. So she didn't actually leave until like 5 p.m. And then I had to make chicken soup for dinner. And here I am. I want to be the sovereign of fresh. You want to be a little fairy? That's so cute. Oh, I got a badge for my profile. Sorry, there's so much going on that I haven't really seen before. You're reading books? So smart. Wish I could read. Aw, I'm sure you could read. You just gotta start off small and work your way up to it. What a cute fox girl. Why, thank you. I'm sure you're pretty cute too. Whoa. Yippee! What is the sovereign of famous? What's your... Can you please describe like the best outfit that you have? That you would wear as the sovereign of famous? I'm trying to think of the best outfit that I have. I guess it depends on what vibe I'm going for. I have a really, really cute corset top. It's a little bit scandalous though. So I guess it just depends on what the occasion is. I also have some pretty cute fluffy sweaters. I also started to read books, but my favorite genre right now is philosophy. Oh, yo! I just read Crime and Punishment, and I feel like that's soundly in the philosophy category. What's your favorite philosophy book? Nervous Gulp? I like the title. I don't necessarily want to be a fairy.
Stories.
Oh, I see.
Even the power of whim. Let them drift away.
Well, what's your best outfit? What would you wear for the sovereign of fresh? Graphic tee and leather jacket with jeans. Wow, you really described that like a man, huh? No description on the graphic tee whatsoever. No description of the jeans. No colors listed. I'm gonna imagine that they're all bright yellow. I think that's kind of famous vibes. Where's James posting? It's okay, you're allowed to James post. Okay, I've been neglecting more than I thought. I haven't written a review since. I look so bad, but anyway, in that time I've seen about 40 movies, full-length ones. Ooh. You should write a review right now, like in my chat. Like pick the most interesting movie that you've seen, and then let me read the review. I started with Pragmatism by William James. Ooh, I have not read that one. I'm also not really familiar with William James. Did you like it? Nora, you can't say that. Like, I guess you can say that. I'm not reading it out loud, though. Man, it's so cooked. Oh, I forgot about this. Hold on, I'll get... I'll get to the story eventually. We just got some side quests. Okay, bet. Let's go. Oh, this is so awesome. I love reading. So far it gave me more headache. But actually that's good, because lots of thinking about stuff. I feel you. I do quite like deep books that make you think. But it definitely takes me a while to read those types of books. Wait, how do I get small? Okay, everything is fine. Sorry, that wasn't boss chat. Why would you call me that? Look, pant. Do you mind if it's literally one of the worst movies I've ever seen? Oh no, go for it. I guess in my head I was thinking you could tell me about a movie that you really liked, but that sounds kind of awesome too. Going to a fight. Shrink to not lose health? Yeah. I know what you're supposed to do. I just forgot what the shrink button was. My current fit is I pause my game to be here. Graphic T. Okay. Baggy distressed khaki with knees exposed. Okay. Chrome heart. And top it off with socks and sandals. You're like being facetious, right? Like you're just being a goober. There's no shot that's actually what you're wearing. Not that there's anything wrong with that per se. Just a bit surprising. I can, but that one just got me so angry. Wait, no, tell me about the angry one. Now I'm intrigued. No, I'm not. Okay. Thank goodness. Do they still make the like I pause my game to be here? So I thought that died out 10 years ago. Like at least. I think my brother used to have a tea that was like gamers don't die, they respawn. I don't know. That is not my favorite genre of clothing. You want proof? No, it's okay. I believe you. Oh yeah, we gotta go to the Sovereign of Sexy. Oh, complete the quest. The golden secret? Okay. We're questing, don't even worry. This is not questing. Ignite the sexy night? That is so interesting. Hold on. Hold on, I'm finding it. What was I looking for? This is so cooked. I can't imagine how long it took you to create your own VTuber model. Oh, it wasn't so bad. I used a program called Vroid Studio. And I guess it did take me quite a while because I nitpicked it. And I like the ears and the tail, I like hand colored it, but it's not like I was in Blender like making the shapes. Mick also made it. I thought Mick made it for you. Mick actually only like well, I don't want to I don't want to take too much credit, but Mick started streaming after I did. But she did not make the outfit for you. For me. Sorry, not you. Yeah, of course she didn't make it for you. She did help me a lot with my Halloween model though. She did the hair for me. But nope, this one's all me. Okay, ignite the sexy night. So do I not have to do this one? Okay. I guess we're ignoring that one. Oh, today. Pass the final audition with perfect rating? Yippee, I love auditions. Yippee. Just kidding. I've only done one audition in my entire life. It was for Beauty and the Beast when I was in middle school. And I got so nervous that I, like, just dropped out halfway through. It's okay. It's okay. I didn't really want to be in that musical anyway. I was just going so that my friend wouldn't be as nervous. But then, like, I ended up being more nervous than she was. So another VTuber, and they said it took them a year to make it functional. I'm sure if you're making it yourself, it would. But I use the base pieces just from Reroid Studio. Is your homeless outfit? I don't think I have a homeless outfit. I think there's some not very flattering shirts though. There's this. Is this homeless? Does take a lot of work? Oh, the 2D ones? I don't know what 2.5D is. But yeah, I didn't make the pieces myself. Where's the ant bindle? Man, I wish I had an ant bindle. I have an I Heart Gardening shirt. I think this says gardening. I think when I claimed it, it said gardening. This is kind of homeless. We got some scratches. This reminds me of Mountain Dew. Slay. I think that's about it. Everything else is pretty regular. Can you believe what I got? I got Columbina and Seta with you! That's so lovely. I'm so happy for you. Columbina's really cute. Man, I have not played Genshin since during Banner. And even then, I didn't really play it. I just pulled for him and then logged off. That should be... That should not be allowed at home. That's crazy. It's not like the way... Look, it's 5 stars. Look, it's got double S cool points. Where are the fruits? The fruits? You tell me, I don't know where the fruits are. I got one single pear in my fruit bowl. I don't know if I have homeless pants. I really don't vibe with these jeans. But I don't think they're really giving homeless. I have the same shirt but black. Is it ripped all around the sides? I was thinking more fisherman style. More homeless strips. Shoot. Oh, you're so right. I don't have any homeless fisherman outfits, I don't think. There's like some bad fashion choices, but nothing quite like that. I don't think there's any bindles either. Kinda depressing. There's a dragon somewhere that you can hold in your hand. Oh, here we go. Just a little guy. Gonna go drain my wallet on an Efa. Good luck. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the good luck. Good luck to you too. Rod? What's Rod? Double S cool. It'd be cute if Cinnamon Fox actually had a cat in her home. IRL? Match your personality for real? I do. I have 2 cats in my home. I have a little gray tuxedo cat, and her name is Scylla. And I have a tortoiseshell cat, and her name is Persephone. What was I doing? Oh yeah, we gotta go to the audition. Have you guys ever auditioned for anything? It's scary as hell. The audition was like, pick a Disney song and just sing it in front of everyone. Like it was, I don't want to say group auditions, but it was like we were all in a classroom and we were all taking turns and it wasn't very private. And at first I wanted to sing He's a Tramp from Lady and the Tramp, but my mom said that song is a bit like complicated for my vocal range. And so she helped me pick Hakuna Matata. I was like, yeah, that one's cute. This is awesome. And I got halfway through the song and I was like, you know what? I'm actually incredibly embarrassed. And I just like stopped in the middle. I was like, okay, I'm done. And I did not hear back from them. Where did you get that pet thing? I don't know. No. I think it was from some event, but I couldn't really tell you which one. I used to own a hairless cat. Like a Sphinx cat? Or a different kind of hairless cat? I know a lot of people don't like those, but I think they're kind of nice. I think they're cute. I don't know. I feel like it'd be fun. It'd feel good to pet them. Oh, this is where it was before. Hold on, I gotta figure out how to get up there. Cats give some peace and they're cute. They are cute. Do you have any cats? Fuzz. It was in middle school. It's okay. I'm sure if I had to do it again, I would be more brave. But I was a really, really shy kiddo. I guess I'm still a bit shy, but you know, I try to be brave. In some cases. Yep, that one. That's so cute. These kind of auditions require you to change tones flexibly. I cannot do that. It's okay. It's okay, I believe in you. Will the review fit in the character limit? Hedge your bets now. I don't know what the Twitch character limit is. But with all the love in my heart, I would say probably not. Okay. I remember it being pretty wrinkly as well, and it looked like redacted. Oh. I feel like they have to be quite wrinkly. Like their skin has to be kind of loose. Otherwise they'd get like hurt really easily. I know what you mean though. Like I can see why people say they're maybe not the cutest. I kind of like them. Of course it doesn't. It do. I'm so ready. Wow, with its whole barrel. Nikki, this... Oh. You talk too fast. It's fine. We're going in. Can I say balls? Well, my mod said balls earlier, so you're probably fine. This point in my life, I don't look at how a person looks, but how a person is in heart. Yeah, I think that's a good quality to have. To not be shallow. I think that's good of you. Oh my goodness, okay. Eye Origins is the most egregious case of manic pixie dream girl in all of cinema. A scientist makes a free-spirited hippie who shows him there's more to life than logic and that miracles exist. However, every time she mentions that, he acts like she's the dumbest person ever, and it's unclear what he sees in her if he hates her entire personality. Showing a scene of them making out for the 5th time will not make me believe he likes her. Then, in classic manic pixie fashion, she is split in half by an elevator. Oh my goodness. To make him realize what he was missing, he continues to marry a scientist girl who liked him all along and is a better match, but stays obsessed with the dead hippie girl. I hate this man and his stupid eye-related research. Eye Origins? I haven't heard of Eye Origins, I don't think. That does sound unfortunate, though. I've never heard of, like, a manic pixie girl dying to progress the plot. Maybe I tend to watch more, like, happier movies. But I thought usually, like, they like, get together. I don't know. Unlucky, though. I will say, when you said the thing about like them making out for a fifth time will not make me believe that he likes her, that low-key reminded me of Twilight. I stand by the fact that Edward and Bella had zero chemistry together. Sexy romance? Apparently this is my sexiest outfit. I guess romance feels pink to me. I don't think the color matters. Matters in my heart, though. That's cute. It's true. I don't know. She's just never smiling when Edward's around. Like, they're just always so serious about everything. And I don't think they have a single hobby in common. I don't know. Kind of goofy. But when she was with Jacob, like they were like going cliff diving, they were riding motorcycles. She was like laughing, having a grand old time, and I think it felt a lot more natural. So yeah, I'm Team Jacob for real. I only watched this movie for an actor I like, and by the end I felt like he failed personally. Well, did he do a good job in his role at least? I wish I had more lipstick colors than just shades of pink and red. This is kind of sad. I guess for this outfit you'd want pink. But black lipstick would go crazy. Yippee! There's too many beautiful dresses in this game. Have you ever tried to recreate one of them IRL? No. I don't know where I would find any clothes like this. I guess maybe the black, like, t-shirt. Like the black hoodie and cargo pants I could recreate. But anything else would be a little tough. What about the island part? I liked that part. Their honeymoon? I guess that was nice. I don't know. It was a bit of an intimate moment for sure. But I'm gonna be honest. What did they do outside of having sex? It's like all they did. You don't really see them having too much fun together. Like, it's cute when she runs into the water and they're like naked and it's like, aw, this is so cute. But I don't know. It didn't really read as love to me. It's just like you're physically attracted to each other. I don't know, I just like that part. That's valid. That's valid. I don't hate Edward. I don't know. I feel like he didn't really make Bella laugh. Didn't really make her happy. So by obsessed with a hippie girl, I mean he finds out she got reincarnated. What? What? You left that out. What? She got reincarnated into another girl who has the same eyes and goes to India to find her. And she's a literal homeless child. But he only cares about finding out whether or not she's his dead wife. Then he finds out she is and the movie ends. Now what? What are you gonna do, man? She's 11. Also, maybe tell your wife why you flew there. That's quite icky. Okay, don't say womp womp shiny cock. Like, if you like him because of that, that's fine. I'm not gonna stop you. I like him as a character. I just don't really like them together. Adopt her, I guess? I don't know. If my wife got reincarnated into an 11-year-old homeless child, I guess I would help her. I guess I would, you know, maybe try to financially support her. But beyond that, like, I'm not gonna... I don't know. I'm not gonna, like, spend time with her. Like, that's weird. And also, he has a new wife. Like, that's just, like, disrespectful. I don't know. I'm not saying that's why. I'm just saying shiny cock or wolf peen, I think, is obvious. Well, I think it's regular as long as he's not a werewolf. Like, I don't think... Like, I think he has a regular human body unless he's transformed. I don't know. I would hope nobody's getting freaky while they're in wolf form. But I guess that's not really for me to judge, huh? Pretty sure they implied that he did, not for creepy reasons, but for their research about reincarnation. Are you gonna tell your wife about this little girl you brought home randomly? Yeah, that's definitely like a together decision. And like, also, what do you do when she grows up? I guess I'm not really sure about the nature of the reincarnation. Like, if it would turn into like someone with the same personality. But like, what happens when you have this adult daughter who is like your dead wife? Like, that's gotta be a bit uncomfy for everyone, right? I don't know. Honey, I'm infertile and want a family? That's so cooked. That's so cooked. Yippee! Well, it's not cooked, sorry. It's not cooked to be infertile and want a family, but it's cooked to maybe talk about that after... after you already decided to adopt without your wife. Inside the Daisy Inn? Wait, there's so much... there's so much stuff that I have to do. What the? Come back. Oh my goodness gracious. 7 out of 8. It's so close. Wow, this... Playful? Wait, tag yourself. I think I resonate with Shooting Star Season. Bubble Season is also quite nice. What is Itzaland? Damn. Oh. I don't think I like that one very much. Oh well. The hair's quite cute. Bam, 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 bam. Yippee! Oh, I need more calm thoughts, I guess. Okay. The first part with the wife was like insane, by the way. Oh my goodness. She'd be like, see, me and you meeting was no coincidence. The strings of fate brought us together. I love you. And he'd be like, don't say dumb things like that. You know I don't believe in you. It'd be bullshit. Not even exaggerating. In situations like that, I can see how, like, the man would fall in love with the woman. Like, I think, like, I can see the logic behind, like, somebody being grumpy and then maybe, like, softening up to someone. But I do not understand what these like manic pixie dream girls see in these like grumpy, stubborn, like low-key annoying men. I don't know. But maybe my type just isn't grumpy, stubborn, annoying people. I don't know. I can change him. Maybe you're onto something. I guess I could understand the appeal of that. Nikki's case file, the golden secret. I don't think I have a quest called that one. Ooh, I think all I have left are these socks. Find a dream? Is this from the sexy thing? I'm not sure if I need to do this one still, or if I can just go to Dada. I guess we'll see. Yippee! That's literally it, but in some cases you just can't, girl. Like, I remember he literally said those things while they're in line to get their marriage certificate. And I was like, girl, turn around and run now, please. I meant fix. That's the thing people say, right? Yeah. I mean, I think I can fix him is just like maybe a nicer way of saying I can change him. Maybe it's not nicer. Maybe it's meaner. But yeah, I feel like you gotta suss out the vibes and see if they're willing to change before you're in line to get married. I don't know. That sounds a bit cooked. No, I feel like I can fix him. I don't know. Like, I feel like I resonate with I can fix him, but not in that way. Wait, I've not been reading. Do I have it? Yippee! Okay, now we make the socks. Oh, wow. That is very pretty. Is it this? Wow, those heels are so pretty. Yippee! If you do that type of story, you have an obligation as a writer to get into why your character is so grumpy and awful, because that's the only way you can truly fix him. Having surface level interactions with hippie girl won't do it. Yeah. I don't know. Like stories and relationships like that low-key remind me of Christmas movies. Where it's like somebody hates Christmas and then they find true love or something, and then they're like, oh, this is the true meaning of Christmas. I think it has to be like that, but maybe slot Christmas out with something else. I don't know. I don't think they can just be a hater for no reason. I think some part of them maybe needs to be healed. But if there's nothing to heal, then you're making these poor girls just fall in love with jerks. Which I guess happens in real life. Kinda womp womp. That's so upsetting that she got cut in half by an elevator, though. I don't know, when you were saying that, it low-key reminded me of Fahrenheit 451. Oh my goodness, my model. I don't remember how that one ends. I remember I read the book in middle school. I remember I really liked Clarice. I guess she wasn't really a manic pixie dream girl. Because the relationship she had with the grumpy man was more of like a fatherly, daughterly one. Did she die? I don't know. Has anyone seen that movie or read that book? Can someone tell me how that ends? Infinity Nikki, I'm gonna go feral. Oh my goodness. Mick, when are you hopping on Infinity Nikki? We gotta hold hands together. Yippee, do you like my outfit? This reminds me of something you would wear, Loki. Mr. Chicken Noodle Soup? My goodness, thank you for asking. It was so good. It was so good. I didn't put any green stuff in it. I'm a celery hater. I didn't put any onions in it either. It's just carrots and noodles and chicken and soy sauce and garlic powder, onion powder, oregano. It's my secret recipe. It was awesome. The part was so crazy. She was literally still talking to him and being like, "Don't worry, babe, I'm okay. You saved me like you always do." And they did a whole reveal that. Sorry.
Nikki,
That's so
make sure you're wearing the
crazy.
wish
Can we multiplayer it? Yeah, we can. I think some of the like main quests and like cutscenes and stuff you might have to single player. But for side quests and stuff, we can just run around holding hands. Smirk emoji.
Nikki, make sure you're
We can't play
wearing the
anything
Wish
but
outfit
TBT
before
or
you go to
Stray or
awaken
it
the others.
crashes and she can't reconnect. Ugh. Darn it. You're right. It's so over. Sorry, Kaya. I'm building over your outfit. They don't like exclamation points. Oh, they're haters for real. Oh, that looks crazy with that makeup. Meow, meow, meow. Crashes in quotation marks. Sigh. It's so over. What the? I play other things. That's true. It's true. I was watching her play Data Everything the other day. Wait, I guess that's not. I guess that's not multiplayer, huh? Is that game she played with Marshy? Surely this one wouldn't crash. Surely it passes the MIG test. Oh, man. I want more makeup options. I don't believe in reincarnation because my fish died and I couldn't find them in the pet store. I believe now that found... I believe now that you've... What? I believe now that I found you, little homeless girl. My heart is healed. I will leave you for my new wife now. The end. Do you like my edit of the ending based on what you said, Faust? No. No. I'm not really sure what I said that I didn't think I would like him leaving his wife for a little girl. But, maybe keep workshopping. What is this slander? I don't know. I don't know. They maybe have a point. The whole style reminds me a bit of Black Desert Online. I've never played Black Desert Online. I haven't heard of that one. Is it good? Man, where's my green eyeshadow at? Ugh, I'm so limited by neutral shades. These eyes are so beautiful. I wish my eyes looked like that in real life. Go crazy. I'm sorry for the grammar. It's okay. Don't even worry. Don't even worry. I think that's good. Yippee! Hi, Waffle. Thank you for the hygiene stretch. Just another MMO, but with better graphics. Ooh, I do like good graphics. I haven't really played that many MMOs. I guess I played Realm of the Mad God. Is that an MMO? And I played... I don't remember what it was called. It's popular a while ago.
Nikki, you're back.
What was it? Like something Nights. Maybe. I really liked that one, but the friends I played it with stopped playing it. Lyric, have a fun stream. I'm having a duel with my stomach and what I drink earlier. I'm so sorry, Waffle. Thank you for your lyric.
It looks like
I hope you win. I hope you win.
By all of this. The wishing
It
one,
is an
the
MMO?
Arosa, and the Orion base. My journey through Wishfield
Yeah, I think that's the
was
only one I
inspiring.
play.
While investigating the coma cases, I began to learn about the hidden legends and powers of
Ooh,
this
I was
land.
not paying attention to the
At
main
first,
story.
I didn't know what a miracle outfit was. But now, I think I understand a little better. In the age of divinity, divine beings walked the land, creating miracles and bringing
I think
prosperity.
somebody's mom died,
The
but I'm
Arosa
not
is a
sure.
miracle left by the wishing one. For centuries, they bloomed and
Let's see if
faded.
the odds are my favorite.
Just as they
It
were
seems
meant
so.
to.
Yippee!
Reviving the miracles of the past
Yippee,
isn't
yippee!
enough. To create my wish, I need to
This
feel,
is excellent good
use my
news.
imagination, and reignite it with fresh
Raffle.
inspiration. Nanoi's mother, Dorsey, D'Artagnan.
Well, shoot, if only 2 people join it, then it
Should dispel
then it's
despair
good.
and wake them up.
Here, I'll join it
Yes.
too.
And because
I'll rig
the
it.
fate was right. All right, together then.
Together then. Oh, it's so pretty. Rig it my favorite? Okay. I will. Don't even worry. Don't even worry. Who are these people? A thinker. Thanks, Faster the best? Yeah, no problem. Don't spend them all in one place. Rigged for real? I think if you're honest about your crimes, then it doesn't really count. That's what I took from Crime and Punishment, is that as long as you're confident in your crimes and like you can justify it for yourself, then it doesn't really count. What a pretty song. This is quite nice. Yeah, I could fall asleep to this. I was low-key worried because I made a little bit too much soup and I ate all of it because I didn't feel like putting it in the fridge because it wasn't that much left. But it was like still too much for a normal person to eat. So I thought I was gonna get sleepy. But it's okay. I'm so awake. Aw, they're so cute. I can make it better for Darren. Shame. She rigged it because she loves me and I asked nicely. It's true. It's true. I'm a sucker for people asking nicely. Oh, this is so sweet. We cured all the people from their coma. From radiating elegant aura, I guess. Oh ho ho, today is my lucky day. Oh ho ho goes crazy.
Word has gone back to
It's
the
a
wishing
Lancer
woods.
coded.
Momo, let's head to the
Man, I
stylist
miss that
field
little
and
guy.
report to Dada.
Report to Dada. Okay. So good at reporting. She pays me in Fox points for my emotes? Nuh-uh. 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 I gave you like $20
Dada,
for like
Nikki!
5 emotes.
Welcome back to the Floorwear
You
Stylist
low-key
Guild.
got scammed.
I
I'm
heard
not
good
gonna
news.
lie to you.
Both Missy Grain and Dorsey woke up, as well as the Wish Collector from Stoneville. By the way, Giovanni is being temporarily held at the guard's office.
Oh.
Captain Haya has some details she'd like to question him about.
That's a long story. It'll take days to tell.
Poor Giovanni.
Why?
Did he redeem
What's going on?
himself?
Well,
I don't really remember. I know he's a bad guy.
what? The Wishmaster made a deal with the Dark? And the missing stylists. That was him too? This is outrageous. I've got to report
People
him to the Wind
2%.
Department.
Oh my goodness, I love
Lately,
milk.
we've been getting reports about dark movement.
Oh shoot, I'm out
I
of
have
milk.
yet to pinpoint their exact
I used
plans.
all my milk for coffee this
Now,
morning.
They've appeared here in Wishfield?
X and a
I fear
scammer
they're up to more than
X?
just corrupting the
What do
Wishmaster.
you mean?
What could they be after?
Uh-uh.
We don't know yet.
I feel like you paid me for the
But don't
starting
get too
soon
worried.
screen and banner, but
This
everything
land
else I
is
did for
full of
free
brave
because
and
I'm
kind
an angel
stylists
and
like
did them
you.
for free.
Stylists
This
who
is how
uphold
I
the virtues of
feel
beauty and
with
hope.
her.
Where evil
That's so
lures people
real.
into comas, there's also someone who can wake them. Thanks to
Man,
you
that's an even
creating the
worse
Wishful Rosa
deal. You
outfit.
gave me like 5
With it,
emotes for
many people have been spared from
$0.
suffering and sorrow this time. I'm glad I could help. Oh, by the way, Dada, we plan to continue searching for
What
the
an
next
angel.
miracle outfit.
This is the
Got
only
it.
reason why she
The
loves me.
tireless
She
Wishful stylist.
Yo!
We think.
Bro. I literally drink your blood. What do you mean? Oh, shoot. I wasn't listening. We think. Do we like exploring or asking for help? I kind of like both of those things. I guess explore.
Maybe we should explore other regions. But still don't really
What are
know
you
too
saying,
much
Lord
about
Drop?
the rest of Miraland. Really?
I don't know if I've
Well, then,
ever
let
like
me give
told
you a
the
quick overview.
full story, but I've
Stylist Guild views
I've
the
definitely
world
like
as a
mentioned it
collection of many
before.
scattered regions.
Ooh.
These regions were once protected by different gods. Each had its own unique culture and
Ooh.
landscape. The people, animals, and descendants
I didn't know
all
we
have
had
their own customs and
polytheism
fashion
in
styles.
Infinity, Nikki.
Nations were formed as these regions united, especially
This one
after
is going
war
crazy.
shattered the order. As the Eight brought back the sparks of the ability elements, a new order began to emerge. Without the protection of the gods, regions with similar customs and fashion gradually merged together,
Oh.
forming 7 great nations and several smaller ones. The 7 great nations
Interesting.
are the Heartcraft Kingdom, known for its fairy
That's
tales
such a good
and treasures.
shade.
The Linlong Empire, a realm where the mystical meets the heroic. The Empire of Light, a formidable nation founded by wizards and knights. The Starhail Federation, a hub of advanced
Wait, this is
commerce
so
and trade.
awesome.
The Terra Alliance, a passionate land that embraces the wild. The Twin Moon Kingdom, a long-lived fairy realm devoted to knowledge and nature. And the Whaleport, a floating harbor built around the Whale space station. The
Wow.
Wishfield, where we are now, is just one of the many small regions.
Oh. This is much bigger than I thought it
The
was.
Wishing One once protected this land. Now, it's part of the Heartcraft Kingdom.
The Heartcraft was the nice purple shade, I
It's
think.
sad, but recently
Where's the purple
tensions with
girl?
the Empire of Light have risen. The Heartcraft Kingdom isn't as peaceful as it appears.
the 3 regions in the Heartcraft Kingdom,
Foss is
Witchfield
scary. I don't know why
has
she
been the
did
most
that.
affected because it's on the border.
Don't make it sound like I
No
just
wonder there are so many
walked up to
exiles.
you and went.
Right. Oh, but
They're
if you're
fancy. They're
thinking
so
of traveling to other
fancy.
regions, it might be a bit tricky.
It's kind of
Why?
goofy that there's all
The
these
main
cool
route from
kingdoms,
Flora
and then
Wharf
the
to
last
the
one
other
was like,
regions has been
we
temporarily
got
closed
space
due to some
whales.
issues.
Huh?
Don't worry though. As soon as it's reopened, I'll let you know right away.
Okay.
In the meantime, I can help you track down clues for the next miracle outfit. By then, you should be able to set sail with all new clues.
Okay, okay.
Wow. Thanks, Dada.
I love Dada. She's
No
so
problem.
cute.
Until then, take some time to enjoy life here in Wishfield.
Okay.
Okay. Yay. I've been working on that quest for so long. Rosebud? Ooh. I don't have enough bedrock crystals. Wait at the entrance of the Stylist Guild? Oh, I also have to look at my house. Probably got cockroaches. I haven't been there in a while. Oh, that's a lot of quests. When Nikki went to the wharf to ask about the shipping routes, she encountered an adventurer from Itzaland. Okay. Inquire with Garoda? Oh my goodness gracious. I would like to go to my house actually. Yippee! Can I teleport to my house? Okay, yippee. Wow, my model really doesn't like being on the screens, huh? Yippee! Man, I love this game. This outfit is not my favorite though. Maybe it's the crown. It's cutesy, but I like the other ones a little better. Cute. Ugh, she needs black lipstick so bad. She's struggling out here. Oh well. She's still a baddie. You could have a tail. Ugh. Slaying. Yo, is this part of a fit? I guess it's not. I'm not really sure where this came from. Man, I got a cloak a long time ago. It's like black with gray fur on it. And it's so cute, but I feel like it's hard to wear a cloak casually. It doesn't really suit regular outfits. It's super cute though. Oh, she's a moderator. Yummy.
Where should we go explore next?
A beautiful home. Is this right? I forgot how to get seeds. I have these. Can be planted in medium fields. I guess these are small fields. There's crops.
What a big harvest! Nikki, is this edible?
Maybe I gotta talk to the little guy. Hello. Today I checked all the plants and flowers on the island as planned. They are all growing happily at their own pace. What surprised me the most was the astral tree. Since you arrived, it's been producing astrolites. Okay. Current saved. Okay, looks good. Yardling shop. Oh, that's not quite what I thought. Surely there's other flowers somewhere. Unlocks at planting level 4. Oh, I forgot there's animals too. I guess I should have figured that out, huh? Oh well. Home journal. Yeah, it was in December. Is when I got all the astrolites. I do remember that. I guess this was September when we first did it. Cute. I have no likes on my home. Trade gifts with friends to deepen your friendship? Oh. Okay. How do you go to a friend's house? Oops. Okay, sounds good. This person's level 96. Surely I can go to their house. Oh, these are their outfits. Aw, pretty. Clay. Guess I'm not really sure how to go to someone's house. I like Giovanni though, that's kinda based. Okay. Okay. F10, is that? That's just co-op members. I don't want people to come to my house, but I want to go to other people's house for inspiration. Kind of awesome. Okay. Section. Surely there's a watering outfit. Maybe watering's part of planting. And water them to help them grow faster. Wow, I didn't see. How? Oh, tea? organic growth do? Do I have a limited amount of that? Oh, maybe not. Maybe that's... Speaking... What? Yeah, I don't know how to water my plants for real. Do I need to buy more? It's so over. They put that thing you do in Stardew into this game. Real. Oh my goodness, I love watering plants. They had a Stardew crossover, but I low-key missed it. Don't tell anyone. I forget what it's called. You mean just water? Cultivation records. Come out of water. Oh, maybe I'm not. Maybe I just was not standing on it correctly. Why would you put water on plants? They like it, surely. Why why wouldn't you put water on plants? You just told everyone, nuh-uh. I just told whoever's here. I feel like most of you are lurking. Hold on. Yeah, I only told 13 people. That's not even that many. Water hurts plant Pokemon? Does it? I don't think that's
Purple likes
real.
rest a bit.
I
Natural
thought water
light
was
has
weak
its own charm.
against plant. But it doesn't help them. Shoot. Well, what helps plant Pokemon? Since you're so wise and all. Oh shoot, I forgot. Can I just like look at my inventory? Present house? Galaxy Manor set? Yo, that sounds awesome. What is this? Super potions? What do you think those are made of, buddy? Oh, I thought that would just change it. This is just adding another house. Why does it let you do that? This is so cooked. Okay, maybe get that out of here. You're right. I'll go tell a couple thousand more. Check this out. Oh, man. Can I just, like, replace the house with this one? Man. Perfect logic, Dilsey. Water them with super potions? Well, how do you propose I do that? While you're poor? Ooh. I'm sorry, at least you only lost 20%. At least it wasn't like all of it. Low-key stressing me out. I just want this little castle-y looking house. I guess it's not as cute and cottagecore as this one. Can I dye it? Do I have to dye each little thing individually? Edit. Oh my god. Cancel. What's dyeable? Rich? Oh my goodness. A rich girl. Sora. Suitcase fart isn't exactly relevant to anything. Gamble 2%? Sheesh. Man, I want milk for real. What am I moving? The hell? I think it's nice that you can change so many things, but that kind of stresses me out for real. Okay, got pond paintings. Got flooring. Got a lot of plants. That's really nice. Universal origin flower stands. Oh, can only go in the cloud area, huh? They call me wealthy Wimbledon in some countries. Wimbledon is a really unfortunate name. I'm sorry if there's any Wimbledons in chat, but like, that's a little unfortunate, I gotta say. Is that cute? Is that cute or in the way? I guess I'm probably not gonna walk outside that much. Arcane Tree? I love that show. Your tail is in the way? In the way of what? It's just covering up eggs. Flower stands. Zero gravity flower pot? They're so cute. I want like plushies. Oh, I guess that's kind of in the way. I don't know. I really like this manor sort of house. It's very elegant, but I much prefer things to be like cutesy. This is not really cutesy. Your tail's in the way? I need to see them. Show us the egg. Okay. Oh, I wasn't even blocking an egg. I guess my body was blocking this egg. That's like... That's the honeycombs. Do you like them? They were drawn by the very talented retail shrimp. What kind of squishmallow are you sending? That would be so awesome. Put it on my couch. I can't see the game now? Bro. Is that... That's inside. Phew, thank God we checked. We could have lost one. An egg? Man. Can I be honest? Eggs aren't even that good. Saving in progress, please not exit.
Great job! Our home really needed this.
I guess that's a little more cute. I don't know, it's kind of sad in here. Terraria bunny. I'm gonna eat it. Have you guys ate rabbit meat before? Is it good? Get Hero to count the eggs. They're just pre-evolved chickens. I don't know. It might take them a while. You're just bad at cooking them. You put too much sand in them. I can't stand this anti-egg talk lurk. Oh, man, sorry. Thank you for the lurk. Man, I don't even put sand in my eggs. I guess scrambled eggs are fine, but fried eggs kinda disgusting. Kind of a horrible experience. Oh, okay, well, I can have a tree. Oh, it goes through the roof. That's not optimal. Thanks for looking. Wow. You're such a good bot. Flower bed. Oh, wait, there's other... Wait, there is stuff. Oh my god. Do I have a living room? Oh, shoot. I'm learning. I can't stand your cooking habits. And then you pin to your own message. Oh, well, that's nice. Oh, let's go outside. living room, habitat, cradle of stars. Wait, that's so awesome. Is there like a delete a bunch of stuff? Clay. I can't stop winning raffle. You guys are gambling a lot today, huh? Good luck, good luck, good luck, good luck. That's so pretty. Doesn't match the rest of the house, but I quite like it. It's even got a little ottoman for Momo. Man. Gamble addiction stream, let's go. Do you want to gamble? We can gamble if you want. Is this straight? Good enough, surely. Multi-raffle has ended and DLC and Aware got 2,500 Fox points each. Yippee! Good job, good job. Smart brush. Bed, table, cabinet, chair. This is a chair. Clay. Oh. That's quite cute. We can be like a window seat. The poor birds have to fly forever. I think that was a gazebo. Listen, if Nikki says it's a chair, then it's a chair. I don't know what to tell you. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's not quite lined up with the floorboards. Oh, okay. Low-key upsetting. Ugh. Just trade our winnings? Nikki is wrong. Nikki's never been wrong in her life. Look at her. I guess you can't really look at her. Look at the back of her. She doesn't look wrong to me. Okay, I think that's signed up. That's such a cute fit. I was sure that that possession of it changes. Oh, no dolls. Are you saying you're gonna steal? From Nikki? She looks wrong, it's the outfit. Bro. Oh, okay. An everyday essential for every home. That's wonderful. Cute. Oh. Get rid of that. Oh. It's okay. We don't really like big lights anyway. I guess this doesn't really match. Neither do the curtains. Can I dye it without wiggling it? No! Ugh. This is so tedious. I want to be wrong too? Give it to Delilah, surrender? Yo! Listen, you're free to obtain an outfit like this. Nobody will stop you, surely. Telescope. Wait, books, that's cute. Like a shelf, though. I barely know this. Guys. I don't really have anything to say. Just guys. Books on floor? I did nothing wrong. Well, did you do anything right? Have you considered that? Oh, can change the wall. That's so much work though. Do people like build their house by hand just to have it be purple? I cannot imagine doing that. Poog, pant, pant, pant. Desk lamp. Street lamp? Can I put a street lamp in here? Surely that's some sort of aura. Oh. It may be clips through the ceiling. But I think that's fine. Frost hates me again? Yo! Aww. I didn't do anything wrong either, but I'll apologize if it makes you feel better, I guess. That would make me feel better. I love being apologized to. I didn't know you decorate in this game too. I thought it was just dress up. Yeah, they added like house customization in September, I think. And I think it's kind of tedious, so I haven't done too much with it. But it is quite cute. House decoration is just dress up for your house. Ah, so real. Right as always. I guess this is what I do. Oh. Okay, you can save schemes. Clear all. Ooh, okay. I don't know. Do you think I can replace these walls without breaking my house? Oh. Okay. Turn is here. I gotta go. Sheesh. It's so over. It's so over. We're so cooked. Oh. Wait. We are so not getting back to the ball or whatever. I think Nikki kind of... I don't know. I kind of get the vibe that she doesn't particularly want to go back. Trying to lurk, but fast stream's volume is so soft I can't even hear over with my game playing, but I'm trying my hardest. Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't really know how to make my stream louder. Oh, wait, that's nice. Slay. Kind of think all of this house decoration stuff is actually a metaphor for how the working class will always rise in the face of economic oppression. I don't really get the vibe that Nikki is oppressed economically. But, that is some pretty, it's an interesting interpretation. Does not concern herself with time management. That was me finishing my book for book club. I didn't even finish it, low-key. Oh, that's just clipping, huh? Oh. Oh, goodness. Oh, good heavens. Okay, what if there's just like an accent wall and we don't worry about the rest? Concerns yourself with paper walls, yippee! Well, don't say that after I just said, what if we just have one wall and ignore the rest? That's cooked. Shoot. Please snap into place. You are an English degree person. You clearly must see the Marxist intentions behind the story. What's the story again? The story is Nikki was supposed to go to a school function, and well, they changed it. When I played it, it was like she went through her closet Narnia style. But since then, they like changed the story, and now it's a lot more like lesbian coded. But I kind of missed out on the lesbian stuff, unfortunately. I don't really know. Linus doesn't concern herself with literacy. Bro. I'm so literate. I read most of my book. Okay, wait, this looks so awesome. I just, ran out of time a little bit. How Nepo do you think Nikki is? What profession does her parents have? Good question. I don't know. I think she has loving parents. She's very sweet. She's very kind to everyone. Is that straight? I kind of wish it was centered. Oh my goodness. They're robber barons? Well, I think there are nice robber barons if that's true. Is this centered? I guess it's like centered enough. Man, I like middle beds so much, but it looks goofy. That's a big word. What's a big word? Yeah, I know some big words. I can't think of any right now. But trust, I know them. Lesbians is a big word? Oh. Yeah, that's 7 letters. That's pretty good in Wordle. Sorry, not Wordle. In, what's the iMessage game? Where's something? Yo! Thank you. Hi, Shrimp. I hope you're having a good weekend. What's the biggest word you know? I'm not sure what the biggest word I know is. Essentially is a big word, right? Esoterically. Licentiously. You're not good at Wordle, are you? I don't think I'm bad at Wordle. But maybe I'm not good at Wordle. Maybe I'm average at Wordle. Oh, you can tell. You can see the purple walls from the outside. Is that cooked? Name every word. Unessentially. Haha, boom. What up, dude? Bro. That's so messed up. How dare you? Unable to save. Man. I did all that work and it's not even gonna save the purple wall. I just got back from grocery shopping. Yo, grocery reveal. What's the best grocery you got? Do Wordle next outbreak? I captain. Both of you to assume I'll remember how to do an ad break. I think you're bad at it. Okay, well, that's kind of messed up of you. I think it's because it's like you can't put letters in in the spot that you know it goes. So you have to like picture the word in your head, and I think that's really, really difficult for me. I think if Wordle was a game that you play with a pencil and paper, it would be considerably easier for me. But I can't just like think of stuff. I was gonna try a 7-letter word. Servine. Is that 7 letters? I think that's my favorite word. I just put X's in the unknowns. Yeah, I've started doing that. Like, that does help, but I don't know. I just wish you could put them where you know they go. I got a big wheat biscuit cereal thing. Big wheat. Is it like frosted mini wheats, but instead of mini, it's just a large one? Man, it won't let me save. So I guess we're not doing that. All that work for nothing.
What a big harvest!
Oh well. It be like that sometimes. What's stopping you from using a pencil? Well, I usually am just trying to do it on my phone. Like, I pulled out a pencil before, but that makes it feel less casual. Put an image in the Discord. I love cereal images. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do with all these tulips, but I sure am growing them. Well, that was fun, I guess. I'm never coming back here again. Get me out of here. I wonder if this is how you get animals on your island. Something more to explore? Ability upgrade? Okay, wait. Maybe I'll do that first and then I'll leave and never come back. Hello. Home abilities? Ability level? Oh. Wow. I'm moving up in the world. Animal inviting? Yo, get me in there. We're animals? How do I get animals? I don't think she knows how to do animals. Do I make the outfit? Do I have the outfit? Outfit exclusive full makeup? Not sure what that does. I don't have an animal outfit. I guess that's a later issue. Oh, my goodness. Wishfield. I'm missing quite a bit of stars here, huh? Yippee!
No matter how many blings you collect, it never feels like enough.
Oh, I know.
She's
When
greedy
I'm
just
in
like me for
barbecue,
real.
It never feels like enough either.
Around the sea of stars? home life. Ooh. Only 6% done with that, huh? These numbers are so low. I feel like I've played so much of this game. I'm still so far away. Ah. Ooh, this looks really nice and red. I like that headband for the purple. But it's not my favorite shade of purple. That one's just okay. Um... Do you suppose this is worth gambling for? I'm really not that big of a fan of the 4-star, but I want these wings for real. Oh! Hi! Are you playing DBD? Are you winning? Gamba! Should I gamba for this lady? Or go for the 5-star? I don't know. None of them are really speaking to me. But I like Gamba though. I guess we could go for the permanent banner. Since this is the same no matter what. 5-star? You like this one? I will say I quite like the makeup for it. I don't know if you can look at the makeup for it. Also, the socks that make her feet transparent are kind of awesome. That's kind of aura. Okay. We're hoping for wings. Or socks. Okay. Don't let me influence you. Oh, don't say that. I'm so easily influenced. Okay, all of these are duplicates. We already have this. Oh. We got a cute crown. it kind of reminds me of those carnivorous plants. You know what I'm talking about? The like sun drops? Shoot, I don't know what they're called. But they have like the little sticky sap things to catch flies and stuff. That's what this looks like. It's kind of cute. It's not bad. It's not wings though. That is quite nice. Oh. Is this the 4-star outfit? I didn't really look at the 4-star outfit. That's kind of pretty. Very, very colorful. Sundrop is a soft drink? But is it is it also a carnivore plant? Shoot, what's the carnivore plant called? It low-key looks like a coronavirus, but it's sticky. Man, this outfit is not speaking to me. This looks like you went to like the theater room. Just put on whatever. When is this guaranteed? Then 4 5-star drops? Oh, that's not the best pity. Well, surely we can do one more pull. Surely it will be cool socks or cool wings. Oh, that's not anything. Tambourine call. She has touched the behemoths, and inspiration gave them names. transforming their vague figures into voices worthy of song. She struck the tambourine in rhythm, singing them aloud. Though their bowed heads could not speak, they understood every beat. Wow. Some interesting lore. Okay, this one has a 5-star thing. Please manifest wings or socks. Are you doing it? Are you doing it? I hope you're doing it. Not great. Also not great. Oh. That looks not comfy, but it is cute. Oh. I don't think you guys are manifesting. That is so interesting. I guess it's lucky to get 2 things in one 10 pool. I'm manifesting Lightning McQueen Crocs. Yo, that's so messed up of you. I don't want that. Have you ever had Crocs before? I have some friends that really swear by Crocs. But I don't know. I could never get into them. Meowie badge, that's cute. I think if we get 2 copies of this outfit, we can change its color or something. Something like that. Wow, I love Kimba. I think when I was a child, I am not a child anymore. Oh, I see. Oh, that's so cute. Do Crocs give child vibes? I am very grown, wise beyond years. Oh. You're a grandma, huh? I hate children, okay. Well, that certainly is something that you could say. I don't necessarily blame you for that, but how incredibly forward of you. Makeup. Oh, man. I'd be so happy if there's a shade of lipstick that wasn't red or pink. The green eyeshadow is kind of cute. Is this eyebrows? I guess it is. I guess silver eyebrows is nice. And now we have the full set. So that's kind of awesome. Oh, now that's my shadow. Yo, that's so pretty! Oh, it's nice and sparkly. I love makeup. Slurp. Dreamy vine decoration. Can be placed in open spaces. So cute.
The wind is picking up.
Okay.
Momo, be careful.
I guess we can get back to the story.
Don't blow away.
It meet at the entrance of the Stylist
Hey,
Guild.
it's just a light breeze. I'm
Okay.
not worried at all.
Gosh, cooling down. They hate me. They hate me like DLC hates children. What? Investigate. I guess they're her flowers. I guess I can't have them. Nikki and Momo stayed in Wishfield a while.
We've been waiting forever for the route to reopen. Why haven't we heard anything?
We should head over to the wharf and see what's going on.
Sounds better than just sitting around. Let's go.
Okay. Whippersnappers? Is that genuinely what you call children? That's so old of you. Who's acting so superior? Is it not you who's acting a bit superior? Eyebrow emoji. Eyebrow emoji. I miss you, dear. What's your issue? What is it? Please do not interrupt a favorite sprite on a romantic date. Oh, you're on date with the doll. I'm not really sure. Go to a high place away from the favorite sprite's vision and listen in. We're listening in on the date? Oh boy. I'm humble Haley? Whoa. I too am very humble. In love with dolls? That's such a cooked quest. Can I listen from here? Listen. When I first came to collect wishes at Flora Wish, I fell in love with you at first sight. I visit you whenever I can. But I still have to go back to the wishing woods. Ugh. One day less, or even 1 second less, is not eternal companionship. Ugh, I miss you so much. It's giving like body pillow. You were a child at one point though. I'm glad you grew out of that. That's what matters. Yo, what about you? Don't act like it's like not applicable to you. What the? Oh, sorry, I did not mean to talk to you, kiddo. Go to the wishing woods and talk to Ramanta? Ooh, that looks like a later problem. I thought it'd be close by. Okay. Off to the wharf. Man, this game is so awesome. Truly, whoever came up with this was probably the most smartest person to have ever lived. Wear ignorance like a fly wears its wings? Does a fly wear its wings? That doesn't sound quite right. I think it's just like a part of them. Are you saying my ignorance is just a part of me? That's kind of real. The music is nice. Made this.
Excuse me, can I ask?
You did so
Are you
good.
here about the Sichia route too? Sorry, but the suspension of
The
several major
ropes lay
routes
so
has been
hard,
extended.
right?
But when's it gonna
I
reopen?
really like this outfit.
I'm
I'm very sorry.
It's very
We
cute.
haven't been
I
told
only
when we can
pulled on
expect
this
the bridge to
outfit because I
reopen.
wanted the cat
This closure
ears.
came directly from Sichia.
But that was the last
Every
piece
major
that I
domestic
got, so
port has
I
been
ended up
affected.
getting the whole thing.
Nikki, we're not going to be stuck in Flora Wish
I
forever.
mix Infinity, Nikki. Sheesh. You're so talented.
So, no ships are allowed to go to Sichia.
Sorry, I was not locked in.
I'm afraid so.
Come on! You gotta be kidding me! We came all the way from the Terra Alliance borders!
Don't like that
We've had
guy's
rotten
voice.
luck ever since we explored Itzelin's ruins. Between being chased by behemoths, almost falling off a bridge, running out of cooking
Miguel
food.
hit the point up
We must have
emoji.
angered Mother Terra herself!
Alright, quit complaining. Focus on what's next.
Oh,
We were
she
heading to
sounds
Sichia's
familiar.
auction house to sell the artifacts we found. But with no ship, what are our options?
She has a
Right,
nice
We can't
voice.
just stand around. Let's move.
W composer, good job, Darren. I'm in this
Ah,
game too. I'm
at
the one
this rate,
hiring the
How's
assassins
our
trying to kill the
unlucky
hamster
archaeology
thing.
team even gonna find the eternal miracle?
What? Momo? I don't think anyone's
Sounds
trying
like
to
they're
kill
talking about a
Momo.
ruin expedition. But what about this miracle?
Hold on, this might be a clue about the miracle outfit. Nikki, we've got to talk to them.
She's out dressing all these fools. Who, Dills? Dilsey or Nikki? Are my assassins sucking that badly? I was gonna say I don't think there's any murder in this game, but there was a handsome fellow that I think was putting people in comas. That might count. Nikki? Yeah, she's kind of mogging on everyone. Look, Momo can match. He can be matching. Or we can make him extra ugly. I think this is his ugliest strip. He's got so many cute ones. I really like the texture of this. I want to put it in my mouth. That's one of my agents? The guy putting people in comas? Well, I think he's in jail right now. Come on, go, Mo. Make him ugly? Oh, okay. I'm gonna make him ugly. I think he's really cute. I'm gonna make him ugly. I do feel like he needs a nose. Like, it's so strange that he has eyebrows but no nose. I don't know. But he's still kind of cute. Chomp noises on it. On Momo?
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. Let's do it.
Hello.
Make
I
fun
can't
of
help but
him for
overhear
his
you talking about
inabilities to
ruins and
smell.
archaeology. Can I
Make
ask
him feel
what you
bad
found?
about it.
I think I smell a potential
Josie, it's
customer.
not nice to make fun of things
Potential
about people that
customer?
they can't change.
Where are my manners? Let me introduce our team of
It's already
adventurers.
ugly. This is
We
even
just
better.
returned from Itzeland, a region on the border
Yeah,
of the
this
Terra
is
Alliance.
goofy as hell.
There are tons of ruins from the civilizations before the Veil Fall. We scored quite
Not
a few
the
treasures
thumbs
on our
up.
last expedition.
That's
Thumbs
when
down.
our bad luck started.
If he does a
Oh,
headstand,
please.
then
Those
it'll
are
be
just
thumbs down.
coincidences.
Do you
We
guys do a
believe in
headstand?
science, not superstition.
I was talking about it with
Anyway,
someone the other day.
We were going to sell
I was
our
like,
findings at the
I wonder
Sichia
if I can
auction
do a
house, but our
headstand.
route
And so I
closed.
tried.
So we decided to hold the auction right
It
here
took
in
a few
Flora Wish.
attempts, but I was able to get it. It was pretty
So when you say
awesome.
potential customer, don't you mean bidder at the auction?
I smell a good customer.
That's right. On our way
Hello.
here, we stopped by the
Maybe
Big
he
Coon's
smells
Chuckle
through his
Club and
ears.
spoke with the owner.
Momo
Might be a
is
nice
sure
place to
pretty
set up.
dumbass.
I'll be sure to explain the significance of
That's
each
so
artifact at the auction.
awesome.
If you're interested, we'd love to see you there. If something calls to you, we would be honored for you to bid on it.
I don't really know what they're talking about,
Oh, the
Loki.
Bibcoon's Chuckle Club owner replied. He wants us to swing by.
Are these investors?
Sorry, miss. That's our cue to head out.
No
Momo.
problem. Sorry to trouble
Well,
you.
snakes
to
smell
see you
through their
there.
tongues,
Bye.
right? Well, maybe Momos smell through their ears. I really don't like Miguel's eyes.
we
They're
doing?
quite bulgy.
Attend the auction?
Auction?
We've got nothing better to do. Let's go check it out.
Wait, can we spend money on the auction? What are they auctioning? Was anybody paying attention to that? I wasn't. Do you think Nikki plays with him like a baby and is like, oh, I got your nose? Oh, whoops, I took it for real. I hope so. Why would you play I got your nose with... Well, I don't know. Is Momo a baby? I kind of viewed him as like a pet. And like, why would you play I got your nose with your cat? Oh my god. Look at that. I smell a customer. Oh, sorry. I smell a good customer. Snakes. That's kind of awesome. It's kind of awesome. I love snakes. Are there snakes in this game? I haven't seen any. But apparently there's a lot of areas.
With me cheering you on, nothing's a challenge.
So
to
like
you.
there could be. He's a vermin undomesticated. If I just do it. Yo! Momo is not that bad. The nose thing is unfortunate, but
Wow, what a haul.
like he's cute. He's cute and I like him. I'm back having fun. I'm having so much fun. I love this game. Thank you for the hydrate. Yes? No, he seems a little bit large for a snake. I don't know. I don't know. Ha ha ha, he doesn't have a nose. Point and laugh, guys. Guys, I think you're taking it too far. What if he starts crying? Look, he's like not even following me anymore. He's dejected. Mama at the Nose Museum and Darren is the tour guide. Okay, but what's more embarrassing? Being made fun of at the Nose Museum? Or being the tour guide for a Nose Museum? I think that's a bit cooked. Oh my goodness. I'm doing my tasks. This is so awesome. I've been drooling at my monitor for the past 2 hours. Is there something yummy on your monitor? What are you drooling for? It's more embarrassing to lack a nose at the Nose Museum. Well, I don't know, like... I would maybe go to like a wing museum and I don't have wings. He's just trying to be educated, maybe. Maybe he's looking for ways to solve his unique problem. Have you considered that? Darren has a nose which makes them immediately less cooked. I don't know. Being a nose tour guide is so goofy. Just been doing mindless stuff? I did a movie night, then other fellows started playing Deadlock, but my PC can't run it, so I've been playing Minecraft. Is Minecraft mindless for you?
Looks like the
maybe
option
you
is
should
to
try speedrunning
Let's
it.
come back later.
And maybe that would make it more interesting. How do you know? I'd hope you'd have a nose being the tour
honored
guide at the
guests.
Nose Museum.
Each item we present to you today comes from our expedition team's adventures in Itzaland,
Is that
a
real?
mysterious region located on the border of the Terra Alliance. You may not be familiar with Itzaland. This is more than understandable. The region is considered incredibly isolated and desolate, even for
Okay.
a wasteland like the Terra Alliance.
Bro, look at his
After the Veil
eyes. I don't
the
know. I
land
don't
became
like him.
uninhabitable. Its civilization
2, 4,
decayed
6,
as a
8.
thick miasma shrouded the
2, 4,
landscape.
6, 8?
3 years ago, the miasma
2, 4, 6,
finally
8 what?
dissipated, and the ruins of this Titan
10,
civilization
12,
could
14,
finally
16.
be explored by great adventurers.
Covering up a giant ugly slab, so I've been placing dirt for the past
Pioneers
hour.
made a discovery.
Spamming right
ancient
click.
Titan
Ooh.
kingdom, lost since the Veil fall.
That's
It may
unlucky.
be the wasteland's
They were
legendary
short-handed. I
golden
transferred
city.
from the hand
The
museum.
priest of the gods guards a golden treasure
Mm.
and bestows their blessings upon the Titan's land.
Ew.
Sip the nectar of
Does
truth.
Momo have hands or
embark
just
on your
nubs?
journey
I
to
think
the
he has
undying
paws.
The eternal
You're
miracle.
so...
The eternal king.
Pioneering adventurers
always
found
right. Thank
these
you for
inscriptions
noticing.
within the ruins. Though research into the Titan civilization is still fairly new, its historical value is undeniable.
Exactly! The
I'm
artifact
sorry, why does he look like that?
tomorrow.
Artifacts from before the Veil
Oh.
Fall, only recently unearthed by archaeologists. They must be incredibly valuable.
Man, I was
start the
playing a
bidding?
game the other day.
May I present the first
Was it
item up
yesterday?
for auction? This well-preserved clay pot.
Maybe it was
You'll notice
yesterday or the day
stunning
before.
paintings
No, it
that
wasn't
depict a
yesterday. It was maybe the day
sacred
before
Titan
yesterday.
ritual.
Anyway, I was playing this video game
Without further ado,
that I'm not super
behold,
familiar with, and my friend was explaining the rules to me, and I felt so bad. I was just dissociating the whole time. I could not lock in, and I feel like that's what's happening to me right now. Like I'm just I'm just thinking of other stuff. I'm not listening to the words. Justice for
Wait,
Miguel, what's your
this-
problem?
This painting
I'm
shows.
sorry. I'm sure he's got a great personality. His
Nikki,
boots are
Look at the corner
awesome.
of the pot. Call me crazy.
It's just everybody else has such normal face proportions. And he looks like the pleading eyes
Pink-haired girl
emoji.
and an upright white cat. Didn't these two just recently save Wishfield? Doesn't that look like Miss Nikki and Momo?
Upright white cat.
This is an artifact over 1,000 years old.
That
That's
guy's
impossible.
mustache looks fake.
What if it's a forgery?
No, hold on. Just a
I
minute.
also played some route mode for a bit, so I held left click. I've held left and right click today, so
I hadn't noticed them
advanced.
before.
Wow.
Excuse me, let me take a closer look.
Look
Trying
at you
to pass
go.
off a new painting as an ancient
Except
artifact?
Momo, who looks like...
Scam.
Yeah, that's
Could be
pretty
a
cute.
misunderstanding. Did they bring the wrong item?
Is this story about the economy? Fraudulent artifacts? Yo, mushroom people. Wait. That hair is so pretty. I think this is a metaphor.
Hey, are you all right?
The clay pot?
Nikki,
What's it a
Nikki!
metaphor for?
Momo and Mr. Adventurer. That was...
You froze up and stopped responding for a while. I thought something was seriously wrong.
I'm fine. It's just...
Miguel looks normal.
Most of the guests seem to have
Oh.
left.
I think
Has the
he looks
auction
like the
already ended?
pleading eyes emoji.
Yes, the boss covered for us. He told everyone it was the club sketch comedy.
Maybe it's
troupe.
the shine in his eyes. I
It's
don't
just our
know.
luck that a girl who looks exactly like the one on the pot would show up at our auction. What's wrong with us?
I like that he's saying the girl that looks
Maybe we
exactly
should
like the one
offer
on the
a few more
pot.
gems to Mother Terra?
But this
Was it
version of
really just a
Nikki's like
coincidence? Those
a
illusions
cat
just now.
girl.
What should we do next?
Boss
Before
doesn't
they
like
leave,
big eyes.
We should
Ooh.
ask these adventurers more about their expedition to Eatsaland.
I don't know. I never thought about it before. It's not the size of his eyes. I think it might be the highlights. Like a little too bright or something. Or maybe his irises are a bit small proportionally to his scleras. I don't know. I just feel like he's really staring at my soul. But not in a fun way.
Feeling better? You seemed a little frazzled. I bet Miguel would start spouting all that Mother Terra's cursed us nonsense.
Yeah, that's what he looks like.
Can you tell me more
That's
about
literally
Eatsaland?
him.
What, you're curious about the curse too? Please, it's just a bunch of rumors. Back when the region was pretty underdeveloped and covered in miasma, adventurers got injured,
Miasma?
fell ill, or even died quite a lot.
Raise your hand if you're
After a
covered in
while,
miasma
people just
right
started
now.
saying it was cursed. A few centuries ago, a counselor from the Terra Alliance died there too. That's when the story
no.
really blew up. Nowadays, people say that
Why is there death in my
blessed by
little
the
dress-up
gods,
game?
the Golden City. People flock there looking for riches. And some of them tell scary stories to scare off the competition.
Oh.
But the locals in Itzaland are
Your
very
asthma,
peaceable.
not my asthma.
Lively shroomlings and
Sigh.
demi-dragons. They can be
That
pretty
guy,
intimidating.
yo, put that
We
emo
don't talk to them all too
away.
Even so, we can tell their land isn't cursed.
So unsettling. Oh man, never compare that to me again. I'm gonna throw up.
Sorry about earlier. That must have been unsettling for you. We personally.
Oh, sorry, do you
excavated
get
that clay
motion
pot from the
sickness?
ruins. Both stratigraphic
I
analysis
don't,
and
so like
typological
this
comparison
doesn't bother
confirm
me.
that it belonged to the Titan civilization.
But I guess
No
maybe I
question.
should be considering.
In any case, the pot's at least 1,000 years old. Those figures in the painting,
I like
they
his
couldn't have any
voice.
connection to you. As odd as it is, it's probably
I don't
just
know what
a
accent this is, but it's pretty.
Can you tell me more about Itzaland?
Itzaland. I've done some
Please,
digging
please
into the
don't
region's
leave.
history. Before the
Please,
Veil
please,
Fall,
please,
it was
please,
home
please,
to a
please.
flourishing
Bro is fidgeting. Sorry,
In
I'll
addition
fidget
to
in
the
real life
Titans,
instead of
it
with my
appears
mouse.
dragons also
Growing
inhabited
up,
the
oh
space.
my goodness.
Evidence suggests
Take some
that dragons
Dramamine.
even developed their own language.
Man, I've taken
and
so much Dramamine lately, and it makes
Then
me
came the
sleepy. I didn't know
It
that
was
was
so
a side
sudden
effect.
and wiped both civilizations off the
Bro.
map.
Mods,
Only
blow
a
up a
few
Ware's
primitive
house.
tribes remain in the region to this day.
Skill
They have no
issue.
writing system, typically relying on creating simple drawings for their records.
Man.
That's why nearly all historical
Sigh.
records of Itzaland have vanished. What adventurers
Is
and
that not a normal
archaeologists
side
piece
effect?
together now comes entirely from murals
Sigh.
and inscriptions found among the ruins. On the other hand, archaeologists and
It is?
adventurers
Okay,
dream
well
of
then-
this sort of opportunity.
Then how is it a
A
skill
lost
issue?
civilization just waiting to be rediscovered.
You
Even
getting motion
thinking
sick a
about
lot?
it gets my blood pumping.
Not really, just dizzy. I have vertigo and well, not like regular vertigo. There's some big long name for it. It's like paroxysmal benign vertigo or something. But anyway, I've had it
Maybe we should
since
offer a few more gems to
I
Mother
don't
Terra.
know, like 2017 or something. And I'll just randomly like get a few days of being dizzy. So I've been really dizzy lately. I thought Dramamine would help. It didn't. I keep taking it
I'd
just
like
in
to know more
case.
about Itzaland.
I'm not
This
taking it
Mother
for
Terra,
fun.
Is she a god
That is
there?
not good.
Not exactly. I
Sigh.
wouldn't consider Mother Terra a god.
I'm so
They all vanished after
responsible.
the Veilfall.
I'm so responsible
The
and
people
well
of the
informed
Terra
of
Alliance
my
believe that the spirit of the gods
medications.
merged with nature after they disappeared.
Why
This way,
do
the
you
gods
dislike that
quietly
emo
watch
so
over
much?
humanity. They call this force
Oh
of
wow,
nature
look at
Mother
it.
Terra. The
I don't
people of
even know what
Itzaland
emotion
probably
that
had a ton of their
is.
own gods before the
But it
Veilfall.
fills
I mean,
it
I think
fills
they
me with
did.
disgust.
You think they did?
Shoot, I forgot to pay
Any
attention.
records of Itzaland's gods have been lost to time. Wait,
Okay.
you grew up in Wishfield, right?
I think we're going to Itzaland.
know.
And maybe we're gonna learn about
Many haven't
these
kept the worship of
Titan
their gods as
gods.
faithfully as Wishfield has for the Wishing One.
I hope
some
they
areas,
have
the
some
local deities
awesome
are long
outfits
forgotten.
there. Listening ears
That
off.
said, I think some native tribes in Itzaland still believe in them. They say the god was actually
locked out.
but his powers were never passed down. There aren't any written
So,
records about
who's
local
excited to
gods
watch
being left
Spirited
behind,
Away
so we don't know
tomorrow
if their legends are
evening?
true.
Guess we'll have to wait for the Sichia route to open again.
Pretty much. There are professional
Pretty
artifact
much.
appraisers at the Sichia auction.
I won't be
Maybe
joining.
they can date our artifacts more accurately, just so we avoid
What do
today's
you mean
fiasco
you won't
in the
be
future.
joining?
All that effort
I
for
don't
nothing.
have
Let's
HBO
just go.
Max.
I gotta stop calling ourselves the unlucky archaeology team.
Sorry,
They won't be taken
okay.
seriously.
Spirited Away is canceled. Darren hates me and you
Momo,
and everyone here, I guess. Doesn't want us to have nice things.
You still thinking about that clay pot? Wait a sec. You don't think that
I
painting
meant
is really of us, right?
Not full stop.
not sure. We've never even been to Itzaland. Not now.
Oh,
and
you meant
certainly
like
not
sorry
1,000 years ago.
dot.
The resemblance wasn't
I thought you were
uncanny.
just being sassy as
Could be a
hell.
coincidence.
100 plus, I'm so
Maybe we really
sorry.
are connected to Itzaland.
I went to shave my legs
The
and left
words
stream.
about it, the
that's okay. You're you're allowed to leave stream.
Maybe this is
Sorry,
something to do
what?
with the
It's
miracle outfit.
okay. It's okay. Do your legs feel
Let's go
good?
talk to Dada. Maybe she knows something.
I really like the feeling of shaved legs.
That's funny. Dada
Especially
just
if you put
messaged me.
lotion on them.
She wants to chat with us at the Stylists Guild.
Sheesh. I would never be sassy. That's crazy. You know, I can't forgive myself. Why am I required to be here then? Oh, that's just my special, Darren tax. Everyone else is free to leave. Like, shape midstream new rule. Oh. Okay. I guess maybe that's dangerous. Yeah, we can avoid cuts this way. I just shaved my legs last night. Yo! I shaved my legs like 4 days ago. I took a bath last night though. It was awesome. It was so awesome. I used a blue bath bomb and the water was blue, and I lit candles and I listened to my book or book club on like 2 times speed. It was so peak. Darren tax? Yeah, sorry. Someone's gotta pay it, and you're the only Darren I know. Streamers bathe? I can't speak for all streamers. But I bathe. If you want fast bath water, that would be $500, and I'll mail it to you in an envelope. What even is a Darren tax? Oh, well, there's like a Darren gap in the economy of my streams, and someone's gotta fill it. So you're required to be here. Shut up, bro.
Nikki,
You
have
can
you heard the
sit
news?
in the bathtub
Some
if you're
adventurers from
tall.
Eastland recently made
You
their way
can
to
sit
Florida.
in the bathtub and just have your
Not
knees
only do I
bent.
hear about them,
You don't
Nikki
have
went
to
to
have
auction
like
at Bib Coon's
your
Chocolate
legs
Club.
and toes all
So the way
stretched
it all
out.
ended was pretty weird.
What the hell?
At least.
Have you been looking into
There
them
is
too,
no
Dada?
Darren shortage. I'm here. Yeah,
Of
because you're
course.
paying the
Remember
Darren
I
tax
promised to
right
help you
now.
investigate clues about the
Good
miracle
job.
outfit?
We're
Eastland
law-abiding
is a
citizens.
mysterious place to the west of Wishfield.
Did you
Once
not
shrouded in
drown?
miasma, home to
Oh, it just
terrifying
outed that they do
behemoths
not
who
clean
roamed the
themselves.
landscape. The guild
By
hasn't
saying
tried
short
to explore
person?
the landscape,
Or
as it's fairly dangerous. We
does that
typically
even
recommend
mean?
that stylists avoid the area.
That hurt
There are no
though?
official records from the Stylist Guild documenting any
What
secret
hurt?
outfit or artifact found in that region.
Guys, my princess is
Look at
talking.
this.
You're distracting me.
A
Thanks for the
briefing from
hydrate.
the Eatsaland Interim Stylists Guild.
Drown?
Wait, the stylist
Please
guild has
delete
an
this. I can't
interim
delete
branch?
truths.
It does! Eatsland is so remote that they'd never considered setting one up there.
Okay.
With all the new adventurers flocking
I'm
to
still
the
not
area,
sure that I
they
get
thought
it.
it'd be best to set up a temporary branch.
That's-
Hearing about the adventurers reminded me of this briefing from 3 months
I
back.
remember I made a Dilsey
Here you
outfit
go.
a really
I
long time
think
ago.
It might have some answers for you.
No, I don't remember.
Archaeological progress at
I remember
Titan
what it
Settlement
was.
ruins.
It's like a green
Rumored
dress, I
legends
think.
of gods and miracles. Local tribal faith groups. This sounds like everything those adventurers were telling us about.
Why is Nikki
Well, I think I
getting
know where we're
involved in
headed
like
next.
ancient
If you're
civilizations?
going to Eatsaland, you should start in the abandoned district, then cross the canyons and forests. I'll mark the route on Pearpel's map later.
Blah, 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 blah.
Thank you, Dada.
So ugly.
Of course, the Stylist Guild prides itself on
Yeah,
supporting
he
its
sure
members.
does.
Whether you head to Eatsaland or not,
What's your
we're here for
decree?
you.
You may
Make
ride
sure to prepare
bikes
yourself before you
indoors.
leave.
Good
Best of
decree.
luck, Nikki.
Well, be careful not to crash. And also maybe be careful not to scuff the tile. Truth make me feel you. Wait. Oh, well, that's cooked. Don't say it's true. Oh, well, go take a bath. Go take a bath. And if you're too tall for a bath, just bend your legs. Or like sit crisscross. It'll be okay. Bring Mama to the guillotine. Ooh, I don't know what the guillotine is. can drown him, maybe. If I was Momo and just like that, I would not get spoken to. Like, do not receive me. He does kind of look stupid. Unwashed tomato pucker. Oh, that's so yucky. Man, put the tomato puckers away. Why is he yapping? I don't know. He's got a lot to say. Maybe he's never seen a mirror before. Maybe he's unaware of his lack of nose. Maybe nobody ever told him, so he doesn't know it's weird. We were being told to take a bath. Well, I'm just saying. You said it was true, and that's cooked. It's just like a friendly suggestion to take a bath. Seen a mirror before, it's diabolical. I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt here. Oh, he just like hovers. I thought maybe he would drown. I hope everyone told him. Get his ugly ass. Guys, that's so mean. Friendly reminder to moisturize. That's so real. That's so real. It can get dry in the winter months, so make sure you put on lots of chapstick and lotion. And after you wash your face, put moisturizer on. Smile. I did not say it was true. Yeah, you said this is how your chews make me feel. I don't know. Detective Frost is on the case. Things are not looking good. Drown Momo mod? Oh, I don't know if you can mod this game. Wait, hold on. I was supposed to be doing something. Bubble season? I don't think that's really what we're doing. Okay, follow the trail of a fallen god and join me to a mysterious corner of the land. It's land. Okay. Oh, it's nice and pink. That's good. I'll find a way to mod it. I hope you do. Is this where the animal stuff is? Yo, it is. Get me in there. I just found out BBID is terminal, guys. British. Bald. I don't remember what it means. I'm so sorry though. We'll get through this together, surely. I so need one of the 4-stars coming tomorrow. Is there really a D&D rogue? Black leather mask, lots of possibly stolen jewels. This ability lets you become unnoticed by Estlings and behemoths for a bit? Really? Oh. I don't think I saw anything about that. I don't know how you look at future outfits, but that sounds nice. Is there somewhere I can look at it? I didn't know there's an update tomorrow. This is so awesome. Got nothing. They put previews on their Discord and YouTube. Oh. Wait, that's so nice. Best of luck on your polls. I hope you get the rogue outfit of your dreams. My goodness. Thought that messages so much. I have some news for you. Come by the Stylist Guild and we'll talk details in person. Oh man, I was just there. Okay. I thought this was the animal area. Oh, it's back a bit more. This is so awesome. That's not it. I should be able to get it. I got a decent number of diamonds remaining, and 4-star banners guarantee a piece every 5 pulls. I don't know how many pieces it is, but surely you have enough diamonds. Oh, this is so cute. Hello. I wish you could, little guy. I wish you could see who the other players are. Meet me... Meet me in the little sensory animal dome. If real cats exist in this game, why is it like that? I don't know. But Nikki and Momo are like not from this area. Oh my god, look at this thing. It is such peak design. But yeah, they're like from another universe or something. So maybe we're there from Cats Look Creepy. We're sized to be 8 pieces, so 40 pulls gets you the set. Yo! Oh man, I just spent pulls on trying to get these wings. I only have 20. I do have some diamonds though. Maybe that's enough. Doctors, when they realize BBID is incurable. Shoot, what is BBID? Universe. Imagine a bunch of Momo creatures. Wait, look at its like little body jiggling around. Oh, it's so cute. Momo says he's not a cat, but gets jealous when other cats are around. Oh. Well, he says he's not a cat. I wonder what he is. I don't know. We got some Momo haters in chat, though. I'm not imagining that. Man. Look, there's no Momo here. Just little guy. This is the cutest creature I've ever seen. Okay, back to work. Okay. Let's take a boat. Oh. Go. Feet content. Yeah. This is the type of content you can expect from the X Cinnamon Fox X channel.
Nikki, it looks like
Pretty
the
cool,
barbell is
huh?
moving. Maybe try shaking it?
Try shaking it, what? What? Alright. Take me to my destination, please. Yippee! Not Peak-wise Momo here? He's not. Must have been the wind. You'll be starting chapter 2? Yippee! Yeah. I didn't know this was only chapter 2. I feel like I've done a lot of chapters. Like a cat, all he's really interested in is food? Always talking about barbecue. That's kind of based. That's kind of based. I do like barbecue.
Thanks to the recommendation,
He was
the head of the
yapping?
Stylist Guild,
Must have been the wind.
we joined the guild and began tracking down clues about the miracle outfits. After some trial and error, we finally crafted 2 miracle outfits. Wishful Rosa and Silver Gale's Aria. The threads
Oh.
of fate kept on weaving. And soon, a group of explorers from Land brought us new clues. They found a clay pot buried in the Titan settlement ruins. The wild part, it had a painting on it that looked just like Nikki. Curious, we dug deeper and learned that Land.
Brother, that is not the wind.
secret
He will
legends
not shut up.
tied to the
Silence Momo redeemed.
We set off to find the
I
gods
think I can
miracle
skip the
outfits
story.
and figure out how Nikki is connected to all of this.
But I need to know what's going on.
Here we come.
Because I low-key wasn't listening to the people when they were talking.
The road to Itzaland is right up ahead.
It's the best part of the
This all
game.
feels so familiar.
That's
It's
crazy.
like something is calling to
I'm
me.
not a Momo hater,
Nikki,
but
you look kind of pale.
I'm certainly not that much of a Momo
fine.
enjoyer.
I just can't shake this feeling.
Ah, this is
Like
really
there's something
pretty.
waiting for us up ahead.
Clip beetle? Love beetles. Besides Raggy, man, I wish I heard Raggy's voice. Griffin burns my beloved. Are you listening now? In a way. I like his ugly outfit. I quite dislike this outfit. I'm just pandering to chat. Momo's barbecue. Oh man. My friends are talking about going to get Korean barbecue sometime, but they will not decide on a date. I hope it happens. I haven't had KBBQ in like 4 years. This is why I follow you? My goodness, thank you. Thanks, that's so kind of you. You provide anti-Momo and Kiki content? That's kind of real. R.I.P. Kiki.
Noodle, I caught it. I'm getting really good.
With me cheering you on,
Yeah, I
nothing's
think
a
these are
challenge for
regular
you.
fish. I thought since it was a new region, it would maybe have different stuff. It looks like a lot of it's pretty similar. I love the aesthetic of evergreen trees on a cliff. Momo is a wall. Purple wall. Purple wall that takes 40 minutes to line up and then the game doesn't save and you're cooked as hell. Yummers. Hey, these are different fish. God, I'm so good at fishing.
Noodle, I caught it.
I need a
I'm getting
fishing,
really
like,
With me cheering you
baseball
on,
cat.
nothing's a challenge for you.
Concerns yourself with Momo becoming purple wall. This interests me greatly. I don't know.
Noodle, I caught it.
I feel like
I'm getting
Momo
really
would
good.
not be a good wall. Oh look, there's a new fish. Like, do you think it would have Momo's goofy little face with no nose? Do you think it would yap a lot? I don't know.
Wow,
These
what a
are
haul.
risks I don't really want to take.
A little fish is no match for you.
Momo wall thumbs up. Oh. Oh, I see. Hold down left alt to show the cursor. Press P. We're just taking a picture. Okay, hold on. I wonder if we can get it to be better lighting. Maybe like almost sunset. A lot of new stuff, a few new. Guess this game doesn't matter. What? A few new abilities, including completely different combat. The outfit you got on being thrown in the closet. No, I love this outfit. To be honest, I don't even use its combat ability too much. I just think it's pretty. OMG, you're alive. Oh my god! Oh my god, DJ, you're alive too. Good to see you, twin. Oh, this lighting's low-key worse. Oh well, it's fine. The ears glow, so that's something. Here. Is this Infinity, Nikki? That outfit, little foxtail? Okay, Slay. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I think it's supposed to be like a cat girl, but it does kind of fit the cinnamon fox vibe, doesn't it? We're slaying so hard. We need a banger pose. We get a free matching Momo outfit to go with their new combat. Wait, that's so cute. I love that. what does the Momo outfit look like? Okay, that's fine. Hide Momo on is awesome. Like, you can just drop him in there. Okay, sorry. Lighting. Ooh, I like this one. Kinda nice. Oh my goodness. It's a foxtail for all intents and purposes. Ugh, real. Love foxes around here. Purification outfits get to retire. We got a bow now. Oh. A bow is interesting. This outfit is epic. Oh, it's so epic. It's so pretty. Okay. Looks good. How's your chicken soup? Thank you so much for asking. It was good. It was really good. The secret is to put soy sauce in it. Soy sauce and chicken soup goes crazy. You'll see it puts Momo in it when you get to the region. Like, it forcibly changes his clothes. That's kind of sad about the combat outfits, though.
Is that a landslide?
I feel like that was a cool concept. Man. Momo's gonna get hit with a boulder and die. Oh, excuse me. The dress is also really not made for the terrain we're in. I can already see the dress picking up grass to at least doing stuff. Yeah. They're like little ribbons that are just like trailing on the dirt.
Can't even tell which way.
We don't think about that. I put rice noodles in my soup for a fun texture that brings me joy. I heard die. It's crazy.
Over there.
Rice noodles.
I don't know.
I've never had rice
Maybe we should
noodles.
head inside.
Use egg noodles for my soup. Oh. Agreeable. I downloaded. Oh my goodness, look at him.
Little light spots.
Wait, this is
This
so
outfit.
cute.
Did
I
you give
really
it to
like
me?
this hair.
It looks so familiar.
The contacts kind of slay with this outfit that we got going on. Downloaded Pulp Fiction with 77.8 gigabytes. And like the unencoded raw lossless version. DJ, that sounds like a virus. There's no movie that should be that big, surely. Not just for fighting, but also some puzzle solving. It's more than just orbs go in a straight line. Ooh. hope the puzzles aren't too hard. I think one of my biggest complaints with Genshin Impact was oh, that's so cute. Oh, I see. Some of the puzzles are a little bit convoluted in that one. Makes me want to rip my hair out. So it's basically the same. We just press and hold. Bones exhale the sigh of pale moss. Pale moss. They're good, but I also put rosemary and thyme in there. It gets tangled in the rice noodles. Oh wait, ain't your fingers? Fingers. I mean, that sounds good. I wish I had rosemary. I don't think I've ever purchased rosemary. Brush over tombstones thick with dust. Okay. While sins sink into the black waters beneath your feet. Why is there sin in this game? Who made sin? Turn and step into the corridor of eternal night. This top is so pretty. Line of Oblivion. Actually, probably no virus with that. No virus that big. The movie was in 4K with no encoding, which means it's as close to a digital version of the movie as it can be to what was seen on the set. Oh. That's kind of cool. How did you get that? Your gaze falls downward. Yep. The deepest colors of all souls arise. Did a puzzle in Honkai Star Rail the other day. It was difficult for no reason and the mechanic was making me motion sick. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I don't know. Hoyoverse puzzles are something else.
The light looks like it's getting weaker.
You actually have to pay more attention in combat instead of just shoot until they die. I kind of liked how not combat focused this game was. So, does my fox little cat girl outfit just not work? What happens if you try? In a closer version, we'd be putting the original reel that it was shot on, like a spinning reel projector. At that point, what are we even talking about? God, who's the guy? I've never seen Pulp Fiction. Is it pretty good?
The eternally revolving cage.
Ooh. Cage. Quit for extended periods of time over puzzles. That's so real. In Genshin, there's this like desert region, and in order to do like the main storyline of that region, you have to do 1 billion puzzles. And I think that's when I like left the game. If you build up the right things in the heart of infinity, you can end up with double health. Yo. It's kind of awesome. I've never really had to think about building yet. You should. It has a good amount of violence, but tamed by Quentin Tarantino standards. Is it
this place?
like gory violence or just like regular fighting violence? I feel like I could handle it. I just never thought about sitting down and watching it.
There were also some light spots trapped in the sky.
Child misses you come back. Don't say that, I literally will. I don't know, the game low-key lost its luster for me.
If you can hear my voice.
I'd
Come to
rather
my
play dress
side.
up game. Also some
Who are
naked
you?
feet, because he has a foot fetish. Yeah, we were talking about this guy earlier. We were talking about the Odyssey movie that's coming out. And that one's directed by Christopher Nolan.
I've forgotten my
And I got
name.
him mixed up with Tarantino.
I'm simply someone who remembers.
It's a real
Icarus,
masterpiece movie.
a believer in the final prayer.
I know a lot of people really like it. And I feel like there's a lot of like quintessential movies that people really, really like. That I just haven't really bothered to watch. Like, I have nothing against them. I like watching them. I just never been like, huh. I think I'm gonna watch Interstellar today.
My only hope is for you to hear my final wish.
I hope the lady talking is the girlfriend lady from the beginning of the game.
Icarus,
Tomorrow they're also
work
bringing
remains
back Wings of
unfinished.
Wishes, aka the paper crane floating
refusing
outfit.
to fall, suspended between dawn and dusk. Reluctant
Ooh,
to
I
kiss the
think I
ground.
saw that one, but I didn't pull for it. I think I know what you're talking about, though. I know, I like the regular floating outfit. It's so cute. When people talk about a piece of media a lot, I lose interest. Oh. Yeah, I don't have that, like, I forgot what that's
Icarus?
called.
Who's that?
Not like anti-authority. But there is a term for that, and I
The
don't have
origin
that.
of this forgotten
I
land,
just never really
the source of the cycle of
got
fate,
around to it.
and also
Yo!
my home.
Look at her! Her hair
Icarus
looks so
is this land's god?
nice.
On
Is this the same
land,
girl who's like,
faith in the god
it
became
looked like
twisted,
her chest was made out of
recast.
stars?
tampered, losing its original form.
Whoa.
I
That's so
tried to awaken
beautiful.
it, but I failed. Only your heart answered my plea.
Aww.
The heart of infinity brought me here.
Though we are strangers, still you chose to stop and listen to a prayer on the verge of vanishing.
What would you like me to do?
Have mercy on their final spark. Complete their final judgment.
Wow.
I beg you, take my fate with you.
This is kind of sad.
What remains of my identity and power can light a part of your path. Please take on this unfulfilled wish. Step onto that high platform.
Whoa. She's possessed.
Finish the final prayer.
Oh my goodness, and her mascara is gold. This is so peak. Wow. Oh, that's weird. I do not. I don't know about these mushroom people. Wow. I don't really know why this is happening, but it sure is pretty to watch. Now
My prayer.
the
like a
graphics
seed
are so
dropped
good
in
that
a
my
well.
model is lagging.
Never to sprout and feel daylight. Please have mercy on this faint spark.
What do you have against them? Against who? The mushroom people? I think it's the Arcanosis. I don't know. I guess I just wasn't expecting them. at this time. We see the fit. We got winged wolf dragon. Yeah, I don't know what the winged wolf dragon was, but that was really pretty.
Her Excellency has awakened!
There's something about it. Do you have an activate Windows watermark? I do. I had to change my motherboard to get my new RAM. And I am not buying a new Windows key.
Are you okay?
Okay, I wasn't gonna be that harsh.
Is your butt okay? Wait, Her Excellency.
Maybe it's their eyes.
Enough! Be quiet! You're gonna disturb Her
Or
Excellency.
maybe it's their mouths.
Thank the mother shroom, you're finally awake.
I don't know. I feel like they should be cute, but they're not.
I've been right here keeping an eye
Tried to
on
hide it. Listen, I said at the beginning of the stream, if you see my activate Windows watermark, no you don't.
I was out for that long?
We were guarding you in shifts, so there would always be someone
Yeah,
woke
don't
up.
like them. Sorry, Azu, these mushroom people are not it. Yo, why were you giving me flack if you don't even like them either?
Your Excellency?
I wasn't here to start a stream. Well, you're supposed to just know instinctively. Sigh.
His meowliness.
Meowliness?
is simply adorable.
Ew.
Have you been keeping this precious creature?
Just extra chewy versions of the toads from Mario? I don't know, I feel like the toads from Mario have cute faces. And like, these look like they should be cute, but they're just
Your
not.
Excellency, how are you feeling now?
I don't know
Doing
what
much
it
better,
is.
thanks to you all.
He started talking and I don't like them. That's so crazy. You're real for that, though.
Even the High Priestess was in complete shock.
I like the shaggy
Your coming of age
capped
ceremony is a
ones.
really big deal for the
Curious
Dawsons
regarding their
aboard.
anatomy, like, are
I
they
was
still
told
mushrooms
you
on the
were close to
inside?
Mira, and they
They
told me
eat
that
a
no one's
dish
seen the High
containing
Priestess Lady
mushrooms.
Medale since your
I don't think
accident.
they would eat a
Seems
mushroom
like you've
dish.
been
Surely
keeping
that's...
yourself. Docilism?
Surely that's a bit...
Is this some
cannibalistic.
Sort of special shroomling religion?
I don't know. My guess is that they have, like, human anatomy, and their skin is just weird. So
you should visit her
Gato
in
is
Sierra.
cuter. I think you just like
The Lords of
Jugato.
Docilism still lead each of the daily
You
prayers,
talk about
so
him
Lady
quite a
Medale
bit.
must be all right. What about
Gacha games
you?
always have to
Do
have
you
cutesy
remember
annoying
anything that
characters, and I
happened during
always
the
hate
ceremony?
them. I don't hate them, like,
I remember
if they're
being on
genuinely
stage.
cutesy. But I
Then
think they
I
fumbled.
suddenly felt dizzy
I don't
and
think they're really
collapsed.
that cute. Different species?
If you want to know what I think, maybe bottling up all
What do you
those
think it looks
feelings
like if
finally
you
caught
cut
up
them
to
in
you.
half?
You were always cooped up in that little cabin in
They're born
Spira.
from the spores
All
of
of
the
us were so
mother
curious
shroom,
about
so
what you
likely
even
more
looked
mushroom than
like.
people?
Oh, yeah. Tell me Bubba doesn't know yet. Yes! Let's go
I think the sleepy one looks cute, so maybe it's their eyes. Maybe it's their eyes looking a little uncanny. Because the close-eyed one I do kind of like. Is cute. Fost? Fost what? Hi. Disagree. We should kill them all. Okay, that's a bit... We can't just kill ugly things.
Nikki, how did you
I don't mind Paimon, but I hate these guys in Momo and the Honkai Sierra Royal ones. Isn't the Honkai one like a bunny? I thought that one was really, really cute. I like the
And it looks
bunny.
like I've somehow become their saintess. I was
Paimon,
even at her coming of age ceremony.
I liked Paimon when her voice actor was
Could this be
Karina
related to that mysterious girl's
Bodegar.
request?
Bodegar.
I remember she mentioned that faith in the gods here had been twisted.
But I think her
And that she
newer
was begging
voice
for me to help
actor sounds really annoying. I don't like her.
Take my fate with you. Complete the final judgment. And then there's
I mean,
the
we
god
can, we
Icarus
shouldn't,
and
but
that
we
strange
could.
mark.
Yo! It's
Let's
so
use
cooked.
this saintess identity to
Yes,
learn
I hate
more.
him. Aww.
The shroomling shrimplings seem to
thought he
have
was
unique beliefs.
cute.
Maybe we can uncover clues about the
Cute little
god
guy.
and that girl.
This one that's so irrelevant recently and his
respect
voice
the same.
bothers me so much.
We'll start
Oh,
with snail
I guess I
We'll
haven't
talk to
heard
some of
any
the
other
shroom
voices. That really does kind of make or break a little mascot character for me.
Looks like most
But I like the
shrimplings
look of the
have never
bunny.
actually seen the previous saintess.
Otherwise, we would have been caught by now.
Julius, that is
Pretty
crazy.
excited about my new identity as
Please do not
Meow
slam the bunny with his long ears. Okay, how do you feel about this snail, though? Do you like it or no? I love it. It looks stupid. It looks stupid, and that endears me to it. What about the situation from the shrimpling at Snail Ranch? Oh, there's a lot of them. Looks too happy, don't like. No, imagine. I don't know what do snails eat. A leaf? Imagine feeding it like a
What a
piece
lovely
of
sunny
lettuce.
day. Let's check out what the shroomlings are doing.
I don't know, its really wide mouth reminds me of that blue Pokemon with the really big W mouth. It's like Rupper's evolution. I don't remember his name, but its face looks the same, and I quite like it. I love the snail. Look at its little face. No, that's just wiggle wiggle. That's what I'm saying. Aww. I'm kidding. I like the snail. Oh. what is this? What is this fake out? You're making me defend a snail, and there's nothing to even defend it against. Shellfish, let me lick it. I guess.
The sweet scent of dew under
That's unsettling.
aglow.
I stuck. Leave him. Oh, he followed. Wow.
Shell pattered
Thank you for the hydrate stretch stop.
spiral trails they grow. What a sweet lullaby.
Like the mushroom singing a
She
lullaby.
sounds really
Peroxide?
important to the
I
shroomlings.
think so. I think so. It's
Your Excellency, Your Meowliness.
and that's a big.
Hello, my name is Luna.
I think that's
I'm the
really
snail
cute.
breeder here.
Okay, I'm
It's
giving this dialogue.
What did you do?
The snails aren't smart. Maybe horse level at max.
Hey,
That's so cute. I love dumb, happy little things.
this rate, all
You need to defend it from me.
thank you,
I'll
Your
abduct it, keep it home, and feed it cucumbers until it's chunky and really happy. I feel like that's fine. Look, they got plenty. There's like 3 of them here. Surely they won't notice one missing. My missus will not ask questions.
Maybe
To why
the
there's a
night
giant
parrot just
snail in the
hasn't had a
living
bath
room?
in a while, so its fluff is shedding like crazy.
She won't ask questions
We should use the
like,
animal grooming ability to give
because
that
that's
parrot
regular
one-
for you? Or like you're silencing her? Should I be scared? Yo, look at this thing! What is that? You can feed the snails what looks like giant radishes. How do I feed them? That's so cute. Skirt tail. That is so cutesy. I wanna feed you. I'll come back for you. She just knows me? Okay. Well, that's good. How cooked is it if she's just not questioning? Giant snail. But giant radishes, I mean like basketball size? Do I just catch these? I should have read what that said. I just clicked through it because I thought it would be self-explanatory. Can I shoot it? How'd my bow go? Feed the mushroom people to the snail? Do snails like mushrooms? Maybe they would. touching a purifying one to cause it to break apart. I do. Where's my bow? I don't know where my bow is. Feed Momo to the snail. Wait! You're cooking. So awesome. Oh, I see. Yippee! Thank you, duelist. It's not cooked, it's good? Oh, you say so. Get me out of here. Your wife's gonna come home one day and you're gonna have like 8 pets. And then, I don't know. I feel like that could potentially be cooked. Oh shoot. Where's the last one? OMG, I'm getting so many Nikki drops. Okay. Oh my goodness, when I watch you play Dead by Daylight, I get so many drops. It's like, wow. This is so awesome. I can't do anything with this, but how awesome is it to have? Oh, it's like up here. To be honest, I didn't know there were drops for Nikki. Slay. Yippee! Okay. I guess I should do the quest, huh?
Your Excellency, what did you do?
Oh, he's already got like fruit in his hat.
The Titan
So maybe it would be good to feed him to a snail.
So, can you tell me what rules?
I'm making dinner. You can live with a Darren shortage for a bit. Oh hell nah, the Darren tax won't be paid. We're committing tax evasion again.
They tell us that
Womp.
I understand. Don't worry. Just remember.
Blah, 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 blah. Learn more about the situation. I'm learning so much. Nikki should have a bow handheld from the
I didn't expect
compendium
the snail
now.
ranch
They
to
let
have
us
a
have bows
dedicated
as
blade.
handhelds last update?
Looks like shroomlings take snail raising.
Like here? Remember this is not even the outfit I'm
Not more
wearing right now.
seriously than we
There are multiple bows with different abilities? That's so nice. Wait, that's so awesome.
expected.
I don't think there's any outfit I would even like want to carry a bow for. That is good to know. Oh, new things. Wowie. Why does a duelist of the sword know so much about bows, huh? Armandi, you? A duelist of the sword? Oh, I see. Well, maybe they're a jack of all trades. Gotta claim it from the compendium before you can have it as a handheld. Oh. I didn't know the compendium gave you stuff. I thought it just gave you diamonds. Bro, there's so much. It's so cooked. Okay. Is it here? Wow. Yo, I really like the skirt tails. They look like they're having a good time. Hair How premium. Life as a poem, that's lovely. Oh, I see. Yo! I want this. A little deer hood? That's so cute. Can I get that? Oh my goodness. I thought it was like close to completing stuff in this game. But I guess you gotta start over, huh? A while back, they started giving us handhelds for owning certain outfits, like owning the purification outfit. And the permanent gets you the little ice wand it uses. That's so cute. Man, I do not know ball. Provides essence when catching high quality fish. Ooh, I like grooming animals. I was like, whoa, I'm like halfway done with this. And then they gave me more. I wonder how much time you'd have to spend on this game to like 100% everything. Probably quite a bit, huh? Or maybe you just gotta be a bit locked in. Wait, there's new bugs? That's so cute. I love bugs. Oh my goodness. Holy. Well, I'm like halfway done with the books. That's something. It's so slow. Yippee. Befriend a shroomling? Step on shroomling's shroom caps. Can you bounce on them? Yup, looks good. Yup, looks good. Let's see the star crystal tree up close. I don't even know what the star crystal tree is. Bouncy. That's nice. Land has its own heart of infinity and enhancement materials. Instead of the special bubbles, it's special shells. Thanks to the evolved outfits are also new materials, so there's a new weekly. They just said, let's double it and give it to a friend, huh? But like, I'm the friend, they gave it to me. Well, I guess it's a good thing that we won't run out of things to do. Help foster the dairy shortage is negatively affecting the Fox Point stock market. Was Darren giving you Fox points? I thought you were giving them Fox points. So, how does that work? Oh. I guess this is a lot easier with the bow, huh? Hello, Eden the Cadence Spawn? Is there another Cadence Spawn? I hope this one is a little bit cuter. I don't know, something about the animals in this game are either the cutest things I've ever seen or like really unfortunate looking.
Hello to you too, your meow. The
Okay,
Docilism Lords came to
I'm
inspect
skipping this. Star crystal tree is a thing they added a while back to the sea of stars. If you spawn the shards and such while doing the pulls at the warp spires, will let you get the stuff you didn't collect the previous day by waiting close enough for a certain amount of time.
how the Titans used to live in the big forest. I want to know that too.
Huh. And you know a lot about Infinity, Nikki, huh?
Well, they seem to treat the Saintess like she's part of the
Oh no! The snail is sad! I don't have a basketball radish. Oh man. Oh, maybe he doesn't like having a bath. Presence of Darren increases the circulation of fox points, which is good for the economy or something. But you still won. The cadence born here is a bit more hippie. His name is Ian. I gotta see him. Yeah, the sleepy one's cute. Okay, we'll have a cadence born review. Meow. Meow to you too. Soggy snail. That's so sad. I don't want to see him soggy. I want to give him a radish and make him have a big goofy smile. It's not sad, it's sick. Oh, that's even worse. Can you be soggy if you're sick?
Reciting them. Lady, we must sing the
Surely you can.
The mother's room is sick?
The healing of the
Moist snail. Are all snails moist? I think if a snail dries out, it like dies.
You're right.
Friendly reminder to
The mother shroom is
moisturize.
the mother of all shroomlings. Don't worry.
Also, hiya, Icy.
Yes!
So that's
Are you
I'm
having a
looking
good
forward to
weekend?
Smooth and shroomy healing day. Just like
I'm sorry for skipping dialogue. I'm just not that interested. Is it Clea Lolo to check on Whirly? Is Whirly a snail? That's such a good name for a snail. Strange Doodles? He doesn't have as much as Kilo, but what he does have is 2 ability outfits, one of which lets you spawn a battle companion. There's extra battle companions you get for more options. That's so nice. I just want to look at his drip.
Oh, his shell's gone dull. And his feelers are
Wait, really? Shell is really pretty.
You actually
This is
came to see
dull?
him? Oh, he's
It
waiting
looks
for the whole
beautiful.
time. He wouldn't even eat.
I can see how you treat NPCs.
thank
Listen,
you very much
I
for
listen
taking such
to a
good
lot
care
of
my
them.
snail, Mr. Quilolo.
Wait, this is my
Are
snail?
you feeling okay, Whirly? Here, I brought your favorite fruits.
That is the
Hold on.
smallest
This is
pepper
Her
I've ever seen.
Excellency's snail? He's such a cutie.
That's mine. It's so cute.
One.
These make me feel sick to look at.
Right now.
So
You have
drab.
to eat something, okay?
They lack zest, huh? The snail is so pretty. It says the like crystal texture that makes me want to eat it.
Prepare for the healing of the mother.
Oh, sorry, I didn't expect you to read my
Excellency,
dialogue.
We see you're awake.
Yo!
We are ordered to escort you back to
Listen, I did a lot of
The
reading.
healing of the mother shroom will begin
Yesterday, I
shortly, and
read
your
for
presence has been
probably
requested to
5
help with
hours.
preparations. Please come with us.
Sorry, I still have some.
Was it
matters
my
to
own
attend to.
fault for putting off the
Can I
book?
take care of
Yes.
them before heading back?
But I think you should still feel sympathetic.
Exactly. Her Excellency and Whirly have only just started ball.
Silence. I'm speaking with Her Excellency.
Wait, this guy's
Don't
awesome.
forget the Mother Shroom's suffering. The Titan King won't tolerate this
Titan
childishness.
King. I hope the Titan King is beautiful.
Your Ex.
Nikki, you haven't...
This is the first time I've seen your face behind that veil, Your Excellency.
Who is this voice actor?
You look as though you've rested
Oh
well.
my
I'm
god!
glad. It's an honor to meet you too.
My
Your Meowiness.
goodness. Sorry. Child? Is that actually Griffin Burns?
There's been some trouble with the ways in and out of Spirit.
Oh my god.
Took me forever just to get out.
Yeah, you're right. It does sound like him.
Go check it out if you have time. We can't
Wow.
risk delaying the healing of the Mother Shroom.
Wow.
But Her Excellency.
Wow.
Her
He's got
Excellency
the
just
venti
woke up
haircut.
and may need more rest. Once she's sorted out her matters, I'm
Wow.
sure she'll see Lady Medeo.
But. All right. Your Excellency, you're right. Also, I think you should stay here.
If you look like this,
Until
DM me
we meet again,
immediately.
Your Excellency.
Oh, wow. Oh my goodness.
I thought they were going to catch us for sure. Did you see the
Wasn't
one with the
expecting
horns
to
on
see a baddie today. He was so good they made him two main
Seems like some
characters.
high-ranking
Bro,
Dossalists. The High
you
Priestess
gotta
at the
drop
coming of age
Raggy.
ceremony also had horns.
I don't like Raggy.
They might be Eatsaland locals, like the
The
Shroomians.
battle companions look like more colorful slings. A bag one, a shield one, a
Shroomlings
belt
here
one, and
call
a
them
mini
lures,
bolty.
so I assume
Oh.
they're
I was
probably
hoping they'd be
pretty
like
important to us. Don't you
critters.
think?
Like little animals. Imagine
Nikki,
Sora
what do we
looks
do
like
next?
that. Okay, well he better DM me immediately.
These Dossalists are so
Wait, I wanna take a
Let's hurry
picture of him.
What's really happening to the Mother Shroom?
Where'd he go?
We need to see for ourselves.
Come back.
Let's ask the little shrimp.
I don't want to talk to the little shroomlings. I want to talk to dark-haired dragon
Your
boy.
Excellency.
I know I shouldn't leave the snail
How's
ranch.
it go?
but
She's
I heard the
lying.
Mother Shroom calling.
Oh,
One more time before the healing.
sorry. Is that real?
We do share a deep connection with the Mother Shroom.
Oog.
Your Excellency. She's still.
I mean, I didn't even look at that guy's name. I was looking at his horns. Good as Shroomville. There's also there's another guy that was really cute. I wish I remembered his name. But he had like a little magician aesthetic going on. I have some pretty people in this game. Only one sovereign in Eatsaland currently, and he lives up to his title. The Sovereign of Sexy is a buff tribal dude. Oh my goodness. That's so lovely. That's so lovely. Although I gotta say, I think my type is less of like a buff tribal dude and more of a scantily dressed twink with horns. That's so peak. Some special limb stars will transform into several limb star shards when Nikki touches them, scattering around her. If you collect all the shards within a certain range... Okay. Did I just grab them? Okay. Wow, this is just like, Mario Galaxy. You gotta, like, build the star. Man, I love Mario Galaxy. I completely neglected my work today, so I gotta do that now. Have a good one. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I hope your work goes well. Good luck, Carrot. Oh, thank you for the hydrate stretch. When you beat him, you get a medal for your profile called Eatsaland Sovereign of Sexy. Wait, that's so cute. I need that. I'm so disappointed that the like Wishfield Sovereign of Sexy is a piece of fabric. I really don't like the PCs that much. press the board. Oh my goodness. So they got like armor. Okay. You beat him, you get his title. Ooh, I gotta meet this guy. Gotta continue learning Da Vinci after I'm done getting ready for 2 headaches. Ooh, Da Vinci's... Da Vinci's a little overwhelming, but I think once you get it, it's not so bad. But I guess I did have a lot of help when I was starting out. Yippee! Ooh. How do I get up there? Maybe we worry about that later. I'm terrible at absorbing knowledge. That's my main problem. Aw. You could always take notes. If your memory's not that good. You can lock on for up to 6 hits across multiple enemies or the same one. Lock on. Like when you're doing this, you can like target a bunch. Is that what you mean? Oh my goodness, little guy. Oh, I thought they were bugs. Did you eat them? Yeah. Okay. It's quite high up. Oh.
The shed!
Look at all those.
Let me. It's huge!
Judging by the
Where's
footprints on the
the
ground.
dragon boy at?
Oh no! The shriveling.
Momo, let's hurry over there.
Come back. He pointed at one for long enough and it will basically add shots to the target? Oh. I didn't know you could charge it up like that. That's so nice. Yeah, thank you for telling me. I used to not know that you could skip the animation. I thought you just had to watch this every single time. It is cute though. I like that the song is a bit different.
Sounds like someone's crying for help up ahead.
Hello. What made this huge footprints are actually kind of cute. They recently added the ability to raise baby ones after a quest line. Ooh. I'll look forward to seeing them then. All the cries for help and check in on the situation. This area is quite pretty. I like treehouse vibes, so hello.
Help! Rargadon, stay away! I'm not your snack. I've got no thorn fruit for you.
This is not Griffin Burns.
You mean that big scary thing? Wait, it's not even here anymore.
What the? You're a talking.
That's right.
Then you must. I'm Fupapa. Please be careful.
Okay.
Rargadon attacked our village and kept chasing Fuwawa around.
Rargadon.
It's probably still nearby. It's that huge, horned, furry behemoth that rules Elderwood Forest. When they're angry, they howl so loud that my shroom legs
Like
shake.
cheek scratch emoji.
My brother and I call them
No one is buying your Norxina? Oh,
Maybe a professional
you've been trying to sell them for a long time,
you can
huh?
transform into a Saintess Titan.
Well, how much are you trying to sell them for, Tommy? Oh my goodness. Outfit! Oh my goodness, this is so awesome. Thank you! Oh wow, it doesn't take a lot at all. Wait, I'm so happy. That is so cute! Godzilla time? Yo, I really like the little deer hood. I don't know about these shoes, but you know, it's fine. 3 plats each? Okay, well, why are you selling them for so much? Make your username X and then Fox X. It works every time. Man, that might be real. I always thought maybe I was just an extra lucky person, but maybe it's my awesome aura and username. If you go far enough along the heart of infinity, with it you can stay big forever? I don't know if I want to stay big forever, but that is kind of awesome. Oh, I can't do that yet. Plume Aerostorm? Okay. Looks good. Sad face? I don't know. I thought Noix only sold for 1 plat each. But, you know, you get that bag if you want it. Also, an OP 3-star outfit you can use for it to not have to sneak up on them to stun them. You're big, you can move quicker, and you can stun the behemoths? Whoa. I didn't know they were like OP outfits and stuff. I just wear cute things. Fluffy giant. Okay, so you have like an energy bar. Okay, we can growl. That's awesome. Oh, energy. Huh? Huh? Current area too small? Oh, I see.
I'm so high up. The view is amazing. I can see so much farther now.
Wait, she's so cute. Wow, he's really whiny, huh? Hello?
Whoa!
Got the
Your
abilities.
Excellency,
Any outfit as
you're
an
able
ability
to
outfit.
access the
Doing
powers of the
quests and
Titan
see his source,
King?
right? Doing a behemoth
Whoa,
photographing quest site, you
I
could get
have to
a
go
3-star that basically makes you invisible to behemoths.
Squatting too long made my legs go numb. I can't move.
Wait a minute. Where's
I think I did the Sea of Stars
was chasing him.
quest, but
Couldn't have gone far.
I don't remember if I got that ability or not.
About that.
Good morning, Momo.
Good morning, Nikki. Your look
Good
today
morning.
is on point, as always.
Oh. Oh, hi, baby.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm so locked in. exciting to be in a new area. And everything is just so easy to get. Get all the little easy points. You definitely have more than 8 abilities, so if you did it, you just gotta get the quest from see the stars, and it's super easy. I guess it'd probably be a main quest, right? So maybe I did it. Oh. Maybe it's this. Secret of ability outfits? Yeah, I didn't do that. I didn't do this either. That's the quest? Ooh. Don't even worry, I'll do it eventually. A pointy shrimp cap. Oh. Is it a hat or is it part of your head? Oh, it's just first perspective. Like he wanted his head shaved. Is it counting that? Here you go. Literally just use a gathering ability, kill a few S-lings, and do some basic parkour. Ooh. I love parkour. It's so awesome. Bam, bam. Oh, made it. Okay. Back to the quest. Man, I'm not even that invested in this quest at the moment. I just want to see that guy again. What are you? Hairband slug? Aw, so cute. Priorities? Bro, I don't know what to tell ya. He was really pretty. I guess this dinosaur is cool. Ah, I like its face.
And a brave little shroomling holding strong.
Their friend is about to die and they're just sitting there yapping.
Maybe it's still.
Oh, maybe if it eats fruit, it won't kill it. I don't know. Do you think a mushroom counts for fruit?
Is it common
Let's see if you can use a custom outfit as your ability outfits. Like, gotta mix the random clothes you would like for your floating outfit. You can make it happen. Wait, really? That's so nice. I didn't know there was a thing like that.
Got it. So
I thought you just had to pull for the ability outfits that you want. Talk straight. Okay, so you're just hiding. Oh. There's a Whimstar around here. Where'd the behemoth then stay? Okay. It's been a thing for a while. Yeah, I've had a few like quests in my quest log that have maybe been sitting a little bit untouched.
Oh no! Behemoth is waking up.
It sure has a cute face.
I'm here. did it! I found the last fruit. I don't want to let it go.
Use this to learn the right.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I want to give this to my pretty snail. Also, not to nitpick, but looking at that thing's teeth, it does not have the right teeth for eating fruit. Fruit eaters don't usually have such pointy canines.
Thank you for saving my little shroomy booty, Your Excellency.
Don't talk about your shroomy booty, please. Groom them after they fall to the ground. They become peaceful after grooming head, back, and claws. That's so cute. That throw is kind of good. Oh, yo! Thank you so much for your raid. Hi. What were you playing? What were you playing? I hope your stream was so good. Hi, Solars. Hi, Pizza Ray. Hi, B. Hi, Tony. I'm Mega Gamer. Oh my goodness. Oh, you're playing Marvel Rivals? Oh. Oh, I didn't know you knew Ball like that. Sorry, my model's a little laggy because this game is really graphically intense. But hi Raiders, my name is Foss, and we're playing Infinity Nikki. We're looking at cute clothes photo today. Are these cute mushrooms? Oh, do you think they're cute? We've had some discourse. We've decided that they're like low-key not cute because their eyes are scary. But this one passes because his eyes are closed. After doing a questline, you can basically do a long, repeatable minigame to raise baby ones. That's so cute. They are cute. Is that real? Is that real? I guess these glasses they gave me are cute. But B, who do you main in Marvel Rivals? This is new to me. This is news to me. I hope you won. I hope you soloed everyone. Fat, that's cute. Is that the only qualification that it needs? Okay, what do you think about Momo? Look at this little guy. Is this cute? Is he cute? He's kind of fat. In a way. Squeak. Oh my goodness. Monsley wasn't even sitting in my lap. He hasn't been squeaked in ages. Alright, listen up. Here's some wise words from my sock monkey. Yippee! They look like squeaky toys. That's cute. What is this logic? Are squeaky toys cute? I guess that's real. Glurp. Okay, real and true. Momo rides on your shoulder when you're giant?
I'm so much closer.
Oh, I didn't notice that. Okay, that's kind of cute. Doesn't he like ride on your head when you're tiny? That's kind of precious, I won't lie. I kind of love that. Oh. Telling me you wouldn't squeeze the heck out of them? No, I don't think I'm gonna touch them. I don't know, look at their faces. Oh, don't look at that. No, there's just something about their eyes that unsettles me a little bit. I don't know. I don't know. It's just like a little bit disturbing, maybe. Wonderful, perfect. Nuh-uh. Beady eyes? It's not the size of them, it's like the coloration. Like there's no whites in their eyes, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. When their eyes are closed, they're cute, but otherwise I'm kind of creeped out. We ride on his head when we were tiny, so it's only fair for him to ride on our shoulder when we are huge. That's so cute. It's so cute. I like Momo, even if he's a little bit ugly. I quite like him. Oh, the smaller ones, like that baby. The smaller ones are definitely cuter, but I don't know. I feel like they're staring into my soul, but like not in a good way. Not in a good way. Yippee! Cannot track while invisible. Yeah, I didn't know I was invisible. Wait! Cross, that's a really cute emote. Little guy.
What a huge mushroom. Is that the mother shroom?
Cannot chat. What? I don't know what that means for real. Is it invisible? Yep. While exploring Mirrorland, you may sometimes encounter wimp stars that cannot be locked onto by Momo. Oh. Oh, we can shoot it. I see. Yeah, I'm a gamer. Oops, don't look at that. Yeah, we're game info today. Are the snails cute? What's their scale? Yeah, the snails are incredibly cute. Look, but notice how you can see the white of its eyes, so its eyes aren't like staring into your soul. And also its mouth is really big. It's just like a head empty little guy. But then this? No. No, that's weird looking. This is awesome. I hope you feel informed. Oh. We're floating due to abnormal gravity. Okay. Maybe I'll just be a big thing. I don't want to mess with that.
Colorful mushrooms. I don't think you can eat them though. Whoa, Nikki, check this out.
What is that?
That giant mushroom over there
Mushrooms
must
have
be
to
the
look a
mother
little
shroom.
alien because they aren't
She's the
plants,
mother of
animals,
all
or even a
mushrooms.
third thing.
Nikki.
I think they are a third thing, right? Aren't they?
People walking around over there?
They fungi?
That must be one of the
Their
forest
own
keepers the
little
shrooms
thing.
mentioned. Maybe she knows more about why the mother shroom is so sick.
I don't know. They're allowed to look a little alien and still be cute. These ones aren't, though. Ooh, don't know how to get in there. Did it say there's a way to get down? Oops. It says it can perform attacks and turn giant to be on the ground. Oh, that's not so bad. Yippee! Meow! Hi, Darren. How's it going? How's your dinner?
Well, I'll be his meowliness and the whole.
That is a bit too cool of a voice for her.
Lovely to meet you.
Goober
I'm Forest
mushroom.
Keeper Kabubu. The shroom
Never
told
mind.
me
She
all
lost
about
all
you.
her aura when she
I'm
said
so
her name
glad
was
you're safe and
Kabubu.
sound. Even the strongest.
Kabubu?
It has a
How's
cute
the mother
peekaboo
shroom
hat.
I
The
think
hat is
she's getting
cute.
better by the day.
The hat and
human
the body
family
is fine. It's
fast
just...
approaching.
I
When the
really
time
think it's
comes,
just the eyes for
the High
me.
Priestess will use the Titan
Not
King's
done yet. I'm
holy
waiting on
spear
rice.
to
Ooh, I
remove
hate
the thing
waiting
that's
on rice.
making the
I
mother
have a really
shroom so
nice
sick.
rice cooker,
That way she
but
can
it takes like an
finally
hour
recover.
to make it,
making her sick.
which is so sad because I never have the foresight to make rice an hour
The mother
earlier.
shroom rarely got sick while the guardian beast was around. Its presence
My model really
seemed to
is
make the
struggling,
spores
huh?
sparkle somehow.
What if we close this?
The guardian beast.
Surely closing Spotify will. I use stove? Oh. How long does rice take on the stove?
For as long as the shroomlings have been around, the guardian beast has
Just
been
leave
by
it
the mother shroom's side.
on keep warm all day, it'll be fine.
The guardian beast has been the
Yeah,
mother
but
shroom's
like what if I don't
companion,
want it one day?
watching over all shroomlings
Are you saying I should just make rice
after
every day just in
generation.
case I want it?
We miss it dearly.
Where did the guardian beast go?
It's too long.
You live in Spira, Your Excellency.
Manifesting
You probably
fast.
don't know much about the
Fast
forest.
rice for
The
you.
mother shroom- It would Lady only, but so
You love rice, make it every day. Ah,
Not
I
to
do
worry,
love
Your
rice. I probably could eat it every day, low key.
like you said, Your Ex. I really hope this forest can
I
go
don't
back
love
to
her
the way it used to
fingers.
be.
Her fingers are like different skin than the rest of her hands. They look peeled. I don't know. Best rice trick is to use less water and make it fried instead. I do quite like fried rice. But white rice is so peak. White rice, my beloved. And sometimes, like, you're not hungry enough for, like, a whole fried rice thing. You just want a cup of white rice. You feeling me? I did not mean to press that. You're using Tom mode for a specific reason? It's cute. It's cute. And I feel like it makes me get around faster. Hi, Brandon. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Happy weekend. Drop on the power of the sea of stars. Wait, can I shoot? Oh, I guess I probably didn't even need to go over there, huh? Can I sit here forever in the bubble? You're gonna sit in the bubble and you're gonna like it. Oh my goodness. Is that like louder than everything else for anyone else? Or is that just on my end? It's so loud. Oh, okay. Yes. Did you like it? Did you like it? Hold on, I'll fix it. I don't know why. I didn't do anything to my sound alerts. So, like, in theory, it should be regular. Go for jump scares? I feel like it's usually regular. I don't know. Okay, that was, like, inaudible. Sigh. Me when I have to go into the sound alerts website. Okay, hold on. One sec. Oh, I guess you can take an ad break. So you're not just like sitting here staring at me. Okay, I'll be back. Unless you're subscribed, then you can sit here with me while I fix this. Yippee! What if I can fix my model too? She's laggy. Sunlight bothers me a lot. Sometimes it logs out or changes settings for no reason. Well, I don't think I've ever had an issue where like logged me out. Let me turn my graphics down too for this. Maybe that will help my model. Okay. Hold on. Hold on, I'm finding it. So put that one on half. Thank you, Tommy. I think everything else is fine. Remember the Vine Boom used to be super loud. But I'll turn it up just a little bit, just in case. Just in case, just in case. Okay, that should be better. That is kind of loud too, huh? Man. Oh, hi, Icy. Somebody's got a lot of channel points, huh? The bonk is like completely inaudible, at least to me, but that one's on. Oh, never mind. It was just taking a while. Thanks. Thanks for all that. That was so lovely. You're so helpful. Anyway, Pika-Pee. Yippee. Yippee. Okay. I think we're all chill. I think my model is smooth. The graphics are worse, but maybe it won't be noticeable. Or the game breaks. I guess either one is chill. Sigh. Wow, lovely weather we're having. Man, I cooked it. I don't want to alarm you, but there's a box of honeycomb sneaking up on you. Yo, that's not alarming at all. That's the best news I've heard all day. I love honeycombs. Have you ever had honeycombs before? Some good stuff. I can't really close the game if it's frozen, huh? Thank you so much for following. A Zen Road. Zen Road? Did I say it right? Anyway, thank you for the follow. Sigh. I think maybe it's so over. Maybe I can force stop it on Steam. Do you think it'll mess up my quest progress? Surely not, right? Steam reveal. Pretty cool, huh? Maybe it's a task manager situation. Bro. Bro! Why would you do that to me? Thanks for that. Okay. Oh, Steam is patching something. We're patching marbles on stream at a time like this. Sigh. It's so scuffed. Hold on, don't worry, don't worry. I'll bring it back. I'll bring it back, don't even worry. Okay, check this out. Maybe check this out. Never mind, it's so over. Oh, I just I just want to see the dragon fellow like one more time. and then maybe I'll hop off, but I just really want to see him. Ah! It's cooked. Oh, it's not cooked. Never mind. We're still back. It's so sad. Can we get some F's in chat? Not for any particular reason, just for like general scuff. Oh my god, Buzz, look out, Beast! Yo! That is so presumptuous of you. What if it's a little friend, huh? What if it's a little friend and you just being a bigot? Sigh. You can't see because my body's in the way, but it does say like 7%. We might be cooked. This might be like we do Wordle and then we go honk. Me. The beast is upon me. Oh god, no. Guys. You're so ridiculous. Oh, man, I love Over the Garden Wall. What a good one. Gotta be in the top 5 cartoons of all time. No, the beast. Oh. Get away, guys. It's cute and fluffy and it just wants fruit. My kidney, man, in this story, the beast fella just wanted a piece of fruit and that's it. You're being so dramatic. Okay, I think this is cooked. Oh, sorry, I did not mean to disappear you. Sigh. See, I was really smart and I had Infinity Nikki open before I started stream because I knew it was a big game. But I didn't account for it to get frozen. But that's still okay, we can play Wordle. You guys love Wordle, right? Oh, hey, a rock? A rock? It's a rock fact. We need air support. We only need one. I'll be careful taking it out. Oh, I see. I think she's implying that the beast ate her kidney, maybe. Anyway, let's listen to Vocaloid and play Wordle.